Grand Rising, everyone. Much love, much respect to everyone. We're going to start this off by shouting out the sponsors and playing some music. Hopefully, everybody having a grand day. Give me 1 second. Let's go.
Class in session, so it's time for you to get the notes. The quickest way to sell your soul is when you niggas vote. This shit I'm kicking is forbidden, better listen, bro. A politician preaching love is the biggest joke. See, what they do is use the shit as a tool. Got us focused on these fools and putting shit in our food. Fighting to free your mind is kinda hollow but true. The system make you a zombie if you follow the rules, so we rebel. But not too many live it to tell, till they find the cheat code using digital scales. Paradise is aborted when the mission is failed. Heaven and hell collide like prison and jail. And you don't need religion just to say you awake. You even dumber than you look, you think you came from an ape. Religion needs science, science need religion. One tell a story and the other paint the picture. But listen, nigga, if you dig a little deeper, you can find that little rabbit in the mother of the reaper. I'm the best for a reason. There's a message in the speaker. When the cosmos talking, that's a blessing from the ether. One day I met the devil for real and made a deal with him. Told him all I want is the money and kept it real with him. Came in the form of a thought I couldn't build with him. Shit, I was selling the fiends, was really killing them. Your gun bars ain't much if your gat don't shoot. I'm strapped and bulletproof like the Batman suit. All it takes is one snap to have my enemies killed. The laws in space and time, I could bend them at will. Yeah, I'm in the world that some of y'all have not seen, and living on the page that some of y'all cannot read. And right now they probably calling me cheap, cause I decided it's enough and now I finally speak. Tell you the truth, I don't trust people who cheat. It's deeper than having sex, you give birth to deceit. If you see where this is going, this is true as can be. If you lie to the ones you love, then you do it to me. The cold word is rainy night. Niggas get wet outside, but ain't no rain in sight. They wonder where this come from, ascension when it's all done. No reason to believe in a God when you become one, you understand. You could get it the same. Niggas will double cross you if you get them the fame. My soul ain't for sale just to get in the game. It's dangerous, homie, just remember the name.
Part two. Grand Rising, everybody. Hopefully everybody having a good day.
Over 700 years, and I carry the youth.
They just wanna keep us asleep. I know this shit suck, but when the fuck when niggas wake up, I know this shit tough. Every other step you take, you get your foot stuck. Cause they go and show you the fly with some niggas pushed up. Religion is a part of the system, my nigga, listen. If you ain't got control of your soul, then you's a victim. The Pope all over the net with politicians. The same politicians who sleeping with little children. Time to make them pay for what they did to the youth. But freedom of speech is nothing when they censoring truth. You ain't gotta show shit when you live in the proof. Giving support to your oppressors, man, you niggas is goofs. Time to fight fire with fire, get on some nigga shit. Time to get back what they stole, all of our innocence. Some people hate the way that I talk, this shit be spicy. But say a bunch of shit that ain't true, it isn't likely. They try to say your vision ain't true, but with your sight see. The best way to tear you apart is through your psyche. I give it to you real, what you need me to say. Ask the world leaders about the oath they secretly take. It's a plan that they got to keep us legally slaves. Paid labor overwhelming when you needed a break. If you think that I'm just talking, then bitch you lost. It's a war going on like rich versus poor. The rich keep getting rich while your broke ass starve. Feeding you little pennies at that punk ass job. Thinking cause you get it in tax, you need that income. Really I'm just stating the facts cause niggas been dumb. Your emotions are controlled by a system. Cause when I make a song full of hate, niggas listen. When I make a song about love, niggas skip it. They both from the soul, so really ain't nothing different. Today you gotta give it a fight to make the hate stop. Niggas on that ignorant shit gon' get a face shot. Believe what you wanna believe. A lot of niggas snakes, only going off of belief. A lot of shit is fake with 2 cans blazing. I'm ready for damnation. So tell a slave master I'm burning the plantation. You fuck niggas like to throw pain but can't take it. So all during war these flames remain sacred. Barrel to the root of your tongue, you niggas tasteless. Lights flying over your head, it ain't a spaceship. The reason why we fully equipped was information. It led us on the path that got us out of the matrix. Unity is power beyond, we should embrace it. But you could never bathe in the truth when you were racist. Speeding off what you was taught, then the brakes slip. Then you see it's nothing you thought, that shit is dangerous. A lot of people dying for what? That shit was aimless. It's kinda like a video game, it took stages. Just make sure these lanes remain nameless. Hood politics part 2, my name dangerous.
The rule was good, brother. Short. From man, Rose Malik, one more song, and I'm gonna turn the panel over to my brother Cliff and abundantly farming mother.
Yeah. I came to politics for a minute, man. I came to kick it with you for a minute. Check it out. Shit getting out of control, I mean we been there. Hate they disguise it as love, we call it sincere. They took us to a place where ain't none of this shit clear, and we just look stupid, wondering how we get here. This government got us in chains cause they don't love us. They got us separated by gangs over some colors. What hurts more is we keep trusting these motherfuckers and putting bullshit that they say over each other. It's a bad world, many cry in this sad world. A unicorn is compared to a black girl, or any child. When you mix it, making life swirl. Gems meet a diamond and dance to make the ice swirl. Nigga, don't waste your time trying to hate on me. If you can't deal with your pride, then stay away from me. I don't fuck with none of that dumb shit. You heard that? Don't believe we live on a globe, nigga. The earth flat. First you gotta love yourself, then take the earth back. Find what's really important and make it worth that. Too much time in your hands lead to a dirt nap, but niggas don't keep the same energy to exert that.
What kind of freedom is that? What kind of social or political system is it when a black man has no voice in court, has nothing on his side other than what the white man chooses to give him? My brothers and sisters, we have to put a stop to this, and it will never be stopped until we stop it ourselves.
Mind over matter, but none of that'll matter when in life you trying to climb and a nigga pull a ladder. Believing in the myth when reality is shattered. The lies never end unless you serve it on a platter. America made you a slave, then call you monster. Erase everything that we paved and say we conquered. Willie lynching is a system that really harmed us. It raped women, left children without their fathers. America, land of the free, home of the great. America, cage of the beast, home of a snake. But the fight don't stop when you gone. This shit a marathon. Everything they touched in this world, they made it terraform. The best piece of advice, stay about these pigs sight. Fuck what goes on in the street. Nigga, just live life. You only get one of those, nigga. Don't play with that. Trying to dance away in the dark and never make it back. We got a lot of loving to do. Shit is getting worse. Hate run deep in these roots. It's like the shit is cursed. Murder everything you can name. The world gone berserk. Pedophilia real as fuck. It's even in the church music, we've been flaming it. No, it ain't no game with it. Just know I put my soul on the beat when you banging it. This is for the shit that I see and won't play with it. Hood politics part 3. My name dangerous.
They attacked the victim, and then the criminal who attacked the victim accuses the victim of attacking him. This is American justice. This is American democracy. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail. But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy, then don't put your hands on me.
We're going to close it out with the whole 4-part. I normally play 4-part at the end, part 4, but since, It's Saturday morning. Why not? Shout out to the sponsor, Dangerous Music, and all the sponsors. This is each
The
and every
Love
one of y'all,
Palace,
man. If nobody
where
told
we're
y'all they
getting
love
into the
y'all today,
lives of the people
OG and his family love
behind the
y'all, man. Let's
bars.
go.
You feel me?
Now you talking with
The goddess of love, hey, the goddess of love.
now you talking with
And Sister Soul, if you're having problems getting on, I put the link in the chat. The link should be in the chat. It's for Sister Soul Main Radio. Let's go.
The goddess of love, hey, the goddess of love.
now you talking with
I ain't got to it yet, boss man.
The goddess of
Love
love,
2P1, much love,
now you
respect. I ain't get
talking
to it
with
yet, brother. We
the
talking about
goddess of
farming
love,
today.
hey, the goddess of love. You feel me? You feel me?
Well, no, it's so despicable. And think about what kind of monsters take a horrible tragedy like this, a personal tragedy that breaks everybody's hearts. Take a tragedy like this and use it to advance some weird political agenda.
Greatness walked in the building, I did you miss me? Flat earth don't mean niggas live on the frisbee. Niggas still believe in religion and watch suffering. Niggas put their faith in a system that don't fuck with them. Black gloves cover my hands, committing homicide. Memories plotting revenge, it left me traumatized. Coming from the bottom and trying to get to the other side. The greatest motivation in life, watching my mother cry. Big corporations still consider it slaves. Freedom got a price, they call it minimum wage. The money make predators, these the sinners that pray. But we ain't never done, new beginnings await. If you ain't fucking with me now, you really think I need y'all? The roller coaster ride of life, it's kinda like the seesaw. But when you get to this view, everything could seem small. It even got these bitches diving mouth first to these balls. Man, shit changed when I get in the V. Cause I just let my ego drive when I sit in the seats. I mean, I used to be a bummy nigga, simple and clear. Then I cleaned up and turned into the pimp of the year. Any nigga harming a child is a terrorist. Niggas still believe in the book. Need a therapist, you fly, but you catching the bus. This shit embarrassing. Quick to say you stacking them bucks. This shit hilarious. Niggas thought homie was soft, but he a block nigga. Quiet ones always let off. You gotta watch niggas. Legend is 12 was thirsty and tried to stop niggas. Same cat, him and his mans turned into cop killers.
Authorities say the suspect, age 35, deliberately lured the officers to his home with a 911 call, waiting for them, armed with an AR-15 assault rifle.
Hey yo, the chosen one, light skinned nigga, yeah, the golden one. Father to the fire with this shit, I control the sun. Niggas did the double cross thing, got his ball sling, put the barrel under his chin and made his thoughts ring. But fuck the government, the way that it stands. Every branch attached to it, all the way to Japan. I hope niggas break from it any way that you can. It only take a few steps to walk away from the plan. Shit, I hope niggas wake up, learn we gotta win. School shooting made the news, they turning into a trend. They wanna keep you dumb and blind. Voting for your favorite crooks, always for the lesser evil, never for the greater good. Can't sleep, one eye open like a cyclops. Can't believe none of they truth. This shit is psyops. The sunset and sunrise, good mornings turn to goodbyes. Meeting at the funeral service, that's when the love dies. Father kills 2-year-old, now that's a monster. Woman shot her husband on live, he need a doctor. Homie didn't make it, of course. See, that's that girl lost. She did that in front of their kids, and the world saw. It's been a few years in this world, been on some crazy shit. Desensitized the mind, they made this shit exist. I'm just trying to tell you the truth, that's the way it is. Hood Politics Part 4, my name Dangerous.
Shout out to sponsor Dangerous, spitting out that fire, man. Hopefully everybody having a grand day. The name
So
of this
Big
stream
Dog,
could
if
go
she's
ahead,
having
brother.
technical difficulties, Wakita and Cliff, would you both unmute? And I'll just do the honors of introducing the Abundantly Farming Mothers and the Guerrilla Gardner and let them exchange back and forth on what those two organizational efforts are coming together to bring community gardens throughout the nation. So, Wakita, Marshall, you want to start with explaining what abundantly farming mothers are, and then Cliff, you can step in until Sister Soul Main can get her technical difficulties. And I yield. Grand Rise.
Grand Rising. How is everyone this
Grand
good day?
Rising.
My name is Wakita, as Chief Alabama said, and I'm one of the co-founders of Abundantly Farming Mothers and Families. So our organization is really focused on getting our mothers, our matriarchs, our young ladies, getting them back to focus on living with nature, going back to nature. A lot of us who are old enough to remember, if anything was wrong with you, if you had any kind of ailment, a cold, or, Big Mama always knew what to do. She knew what to give you, and she didn't have to go to no drugstore or call in a prescription. She would go and get those herbs from the property and brew them up for you, and you have to drink this and take that, and most of the time it tasted horrible, but you knew, everyone knew, if she's taking care of you, she knew what she was doing, and in a short period of time you were well. We need to get back to that. We mothers need to remember what our mothers, our foremothers, knew, or some of them who even taught us, because this what's going on with us now with these pharmaceuticals and all these chemicals in our food, is detrimental to us. So we're really focusing on the mothers, asking them to go ahead and start planting again, planting those victory gardens like we had before, and getting back to the herbal remedies. So our children, our grandchildren, great grandchildren can be just as strong, as healthy as we were. My mother's still alive, and we still have elders in our families, and they are some really strong people. But when you think about the opportunity of having really good whole natural food while they were growing up, they never really had to have a conversation on, what's in our food. They're spraying our food. They never had to worry about anything like that. So, abundantly farming mothers, that's our charge. That's our objective, is to get back to nature, get back to going to nature for our resources. And it's actually across the board. We're wearing plastic on our head. We're wearing plastic on our bodies when we're supposed to be wearing cotton and wool and silk, on our bodies, and wearing our hair without all these chemicals on us. Because it's the chemicals that's breaking us down at the end of the day. And on all turns, from your faucet water to, what are you eating? What are you putting on your skin? You know, what do you ingest? What do you as far as
Call plus
other I'm
+1940-80559.
sorry, I apologize.
YouTube.
Sorry, that was a call coming in. So yes, I'm happy to be here with Cliff the Gardner, and we're going to be partnering up with him, getting some projects done. Cliff, if you like to elaborate a little bit more.
I'm having problems hearing you, Miss Wakita.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, a call came in. I apologize. Can you hear me now?
We can, Wakita. Now, that call interrupted your flow. You were in between talking about mother with Big Mama's cures, holistic health, medicinal. And as you go back to that, bring in the Gorilla Garden.
Okay. Yes. So as I was saying, our focus is, and not that we're not focusing on the entire family unit, but We all know that it's the mom in the home that feeds the family, and if we've gotten away from that as well, we need to get back to that. Bringing our family back to the table, feeding them whole, balanced meals, and breaking bread with each other. Because mom is the backbone of the family. It's just the way nature has it set up. Father is important too. We need dad there. But mom is the one that's making sure that we're fed well, that we are healthy and happy. So we're wanting to gather the women, gather the mothers, and bring back that mother's wit, bring back that healthy, balanced life in the home. And I really appreciate Cliff the Gardner, who we are also partnering up with as well. We're gonna be taking this show on the road and trying to, really get everyone to say, hey, this is what we need. We need to learn how to grow food again. So Cliff is gonna be helping us with that. And you want to elaborate a little bit more on that, Cliff?
Yeah, hey, well, Grand Rising, everybody. Grand Rising. So, first
Grand
of all, I
Rising,
just
brother.
want to start out. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Now, I was just speaking. You got it, brother. I'm muting up.
All right, perfect. Peace. So, today is a very significant day here in Minnesota. It's our fourth annual Rise and Remember caretakers celebration for those who built and are caretaking the George Floyd Memorial here in South Minneapolis. For anybody who might think that the movement is over, no, the demands are still on the table. No justice, no streets. Brass Solidarity Band is blowing the trumpet strong. The horns are blowing, but most of all, when George Floyd was murdered, I personally went down there and I declared that the city was not getting that street back until we started seeing real, tangible justice in our communities. And with justice is accountability. But as I began to take a leadership role in the area, the creator spoke to my heart and he said, no, this is a mother's movement. It's not for you, Clifton, to take the role and to take the lead, because it's about the nurturing of the mother at this time, the matriarchs of our people. So I actually went straight over to one of the leaders of the George Floyd community, a very powerful, powerful Southern peach, Marsha Howard. Please look her up on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, everything. Marsha Howard. But between Marsha Howard, another sister named Gatekeeper, Angela Harrelson, who is George Floyd's auntie, and many others, they have been connecting with other women who also have experienced extreme police brutality, public lynchings within our communities, like Emmett Till's mother, or the fiance of Justin Teigen, whose husband was dismembered and thrown into a garbage bin in St. Paul, Minnesota, or Katie Wright, who was the mother of Dante Wright, or the entire Jamar Clark family of the women who keep doing the Jamar Clark Justice for Jamar, and Breonna Taylor, and all these families everywhere across the country where we are seeing these reckless acts on municipalities' behalf, failure to really serve our community, not protect our community, because it's not up to them to protect us, but to serve our community. We have not been served. But it's my firm belief that the matriarchal group that we are establishing across the country is where our real true healing is going to come from the creator to our matriarchal board into our soil that'll then heal us. So I 100% agree with that, Miss Wakita. And what it looks like in traveling across the country is basically going into uh strongholds, into urban communities, and setting up shop, creating a satellite space so that we can bring us together. And envision what that could look like together. To answer your question, Miss Wakita.
I got it. Okay. All right.
Sister
Okay,
Soul.
dear.
Sister Soul Main, hey, how you doing?
Greetings, Cliff, everyone. I'm so sorry I'm late. I've had the worst time
Greetings.
getting in. I'm finally in. I don't want to interrupt the conversation, so let me just get myself adjusted. Greetings.
Yeah, so what we're looking at right now is um I'll start with a mantra that we kind of go by here in Minneapolis. The founder of Juneteenth Minneapolis, Dr. Michael Chaney, a Baba of our community, helped us lead a charge here in Minnesota. When we were starting to do the DTP thing, we started to really disturb the peace of our community on the municipality side due to the blight in our community. So Minneapolis is going green. Give us a call and learn what we mean. Where once lied urban blight, now sits luscious garden sites. Gardens without borders and classrooms without walls, architects of our own destiny, and with access to food and justice for all. But what I have found over the years is when I began this movement myself, I went to a local congregation of some people who I trusted, and I said, as I have been praying, what I have been hearing is that I need to learn accountability. And I didn't know what that meant. I was fresh off the streets. I never even understood, the the grips of what accountability really meant. I've always been they could count on me when it came to like getting stuff that the streets needed. My children could count on me to get you know, their 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 plasticware, as you were saying, Miss Wakita.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That my children could count on me to get fried chicken and soul food and all that stuff that was destroying our systems, right? The community could
Mm-hmm.
count on me to flood the neighborhood with cocaine and crack and uh and other narcotic distributions, before meth was really a thing. And all the things that the community was counting on me for was everything that was going to destroy our people. And so when I received true redemption and true salvation in 2006, when I was set free from the life sentence and the death penalty, life sentence in New Mexico with a 20-year sentence with a mandatory 20-year sentence was on me in New Mexico with the possibility of capital punishment to die by lethal injection on crucifixion at the age of 72. That's what I had in New Mexico, and then I had a life sentence in Minnesota for my past life of heinous crimes. But the one true God came and set me free. Yeshua Yehoshua HaMashiach visited both my federal judges in person, uh, proclaiming and commanding them that I had a purpose in my life that no man could come in front of, and that they were to destroy all evidence and set me free because I had a purpose in my life. A purpose, y'all. So with that said, as I was on a search for that purpose from 2006 to 2009, I heard his voice clear as day tell me I needed to learn accountability. So I went into grassroots initiative of going around and getting to know my community. I've never went to somebody prior to that and said, "Hey, do you have a dream? Hey, if you could change something about this community, what would it be? Hey, what do you envision your children to have that you did not have? Hey," all these different questions I would go around and ask people. As a group initiative, it really broke me open to understand what it meant to be accountable, right? But then I got the notion just around the same time in 2008, 2009 to start an initiative called the Backyard Again Gardening Initiative to help all the elderly women of our community who would ask me to run to the store for them and grab like, Kool-Aid packets and Gatorade and all kinds of sugar-filled drinks to bring back to the children. I told them, well, why don't y'all make like some juices for the children and all that, and but they, the poverty level that we had in the North Minneapolis area, it really it made it difficult to even try to give an alternative to the children and to the community. Northside was known for barbecues in the parks. We are the gem of the state, and the state is the gem of the nation when it comes to park systems. And so our park systems are so vast. There's one major park with lots of acreage every, I'd say, 15 blocks. So you go
Mm.
15 blocks from one park and you'll find another massive park grounds with tree canopy, barbecue grills, everything. And when I was growing up, brothers would be out there grilling, and it was a hit or a miss, and somebody was gonna get shot. But nonetheless, when we did come together, it was not like it was not healthy foods. So recognizing this in 2008, 2009, I took it upon myself to go to all the elderly women of our community and offer them to start gardening. But then I started to find out that the majority of the women in our community were not homeowners. And so it became a problem with the slumlords. So then in my grassroots initiative, I started really bringing in other uh, opportunities for the community to take advantage of becoming homeowners, uh, housing one another, just being part of a greater movement. But then in 2000 and late 2009, they took all of our children from Minneapolis and they shut down pretty much, I'd say like 70% of the public schools across all of
Wow.
Minneapolis, where they just became these dormant buildings for a half of a school year. I heard
Mm.
about this and I joined the initiative to reopen one of the main pillar schools called North Community High School, home of the Polars. Polar Nation now is a thriving school of our children, but at the time there was the halls were empty. So we came together. We brought the alumni of North High School, uh, the alumni's over the years together, and Michael Cheney and I began to grow sweet potatoes inside the greenhouse that we found that the initiative found inside of the school, finding that there was not just a dormant school, but a dormant greenhouse. From there, we grew sweet potatoes and we sold them to a well-renowned speaker, especially TED Talk speaker named uh, Rose McGee. Rose McGee makes a mean sweet potato pie, and so we asked her if she would help us take this show on the road by speaking about our community she comes from. Oh, here you go. But so we won that agreement. We won that arrangement with Rose McGee, and that was the birth of a nonprofit called Project Sweetie Pie. I
Mm.
myself am no longer with Project Sweetie Pie. There was a lot of corruption that took place, and I backed out of that movement in and of itself. It got whitewashed and infiltrated during a certain time period, but for about 16 years, 13 years, I served this initiative, Project Sweetie Pie. And what we did was we went around and we took vacant lots. Uh, and we told the city that we were sick and tired of being sick and tired, and we needed a thriving, healthy community, and they weren't going to do what we were. So I became known as the Guerrilla Gardener because I would just go take a vacant lot, I would till it up, Um, I would bring the community together, pay a neighbor, hook up a hose to their house, and teach the community how to grow food. Um, at the time, the reason why I was being called a guerrilla gardener was because it was warfare. It really to fight for our rights. It's more than just picking up a gun. You ain't gonna win a war if you don't have food. We were talking about the chief of war that's on Apple TV right now. And could you remind me what the main chief's name was, Miss Wakita?
No, I've never watched that one.
Or was it
I
was
You
know.
it
talk
you,
about
Sister Soulmate?
Kamehameha, and as you go
Command.
back into that, talk about urban farming as an agenda under the USDA. But I think you're talking about the
Chief
Kamehameha,
Kamehameha
who was the
in
king
Hawaii.
of the kingdom of Hawaii.
Yep.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah.
Chief Kamehameha realized that if there well the creator really blessed him in order to become more of a peaceful person. But as history tells, that he became instead of a chief of war, he became a chief of farming, knowing that it was going to be vital for his people. And how that came about was when he was researching Hawaii's history of warfare. One of the greatest wars that they lost in Hawaii as a tribe was because they had no food supply. And when the men were unable to fight due to infections in the stomach and whatnot, and bad stool that they were having, they weren't even, they were in no shape to fight. And so he understood that in order to really truly win a war, there had to be food. And so I believe what happened was for us in the urban initiative is that my purpose was about, uh, it was more than just food, but it was starting with gardens. So with that said, we battled in the urban farm front. At one point in time, we had upwards of 36. It was 32 or 36 vacant lots each summer. And that was a lot to maintain with a small amount of people. And so over the years, we shrunk it down to like 14 or so. But people started getting arrested. People started getting fined. The municipality started to really crack down on us and having investigations. And so they're investigating us for growing food. If y'all remember what happened out in Philadelphia with the Jamaicans in the 90s, I think it was, when they bombed the community in broad daylight, something that they don't even talk about. They literally unplugged, started self-sustainable living and farming,
Hmm.
and through that the government came in and bombed them. And so we have people here in Minneapolis from all over the United States. We were talking with Chief Eagle Eye this last week, and he was saying that he had the audacity. I love the brother, but he had the audacity to say that I am unprepared to go and work with uh the racism that's in the South, not realizing that Minneapolis is home to all of our ghettos across the country. Everybody's coming here for the proper health care, for the free health care. Everybody's coming here for the child support, food stamps, and the Section 8. But when they come, they're coming and telling us their stories. They're telling us what they had to deal with in those regions. And I myself am a well-traveled individual. I've been traveling as soon as I was able to hit the road, the age of 16 by myself. But anyway, stopping in uh uh sundown towns and disturbing the peace, just being who I am, unafraid. I've been boxing white people my whole life, unafraid. But anyway, with that said, so here in the Twin Cities, being that we have people from Philadelphia, they were afraid of our movement. They were afraid that we were going to bring in military force that would repeat history here in Minneapolis, but we just kept going at it anyway. all the way until I believe it was in 2014 or 2013, we band together, and we went and approached the Minnesota Agricultural Society. We did not request, we demanded resource. We demanded money in order for us to thrive in our gardening achievements. And the Minnesota Agricultural Society on record literally told us inside the state capitol that Black kids don't want to get their hands dirty. Although this was true, white Nikes, white tees, take your shirt off, twist it around your head like a helicopter, all the stigma around sporting athletic wear and all that jazz. It was true. Black kids did not want to get their hands dirty. And but Michael Chaney, in his wisdom, he declared back to them, even if that is true, is that their fault or our fault, including everybody in that room? And from that, along with many other strategic battles that we had at the state capitol, we won the acceptance of urban farming by them saying to us, educate us what urban farming is. At the end of the day, we could tell them straight to the face, tell we're blue in the face that urban farming is gardening. But what they wanted was documentation on this. So we went to the College of St. Thomas, who became one of our largest allies in the movement. And we brought together anybody who does gardening in the Minneapolis region. It didn't matter what creed, culture, or skin tone that you were. We brought everyone in, and we had everyone interviewed. And what we came up with was a docket for the urban farm legislation for the Minnesota Agricultural Society. So we brought it in, and we got way more love than Woodstock up in there, right? No Hell's Angels showed up to that event. And we won the first of its kind in the United States history, where we were able to pass urban farm legislation attaching it to the Minnesota Agricultural Bill. That opened the door for indigenous descendant of slave to have access to this financing first, and anyone thereafter. Now, did they play by the rules? Absolutely not. But did we band together and accomplish something together? Oh, yes, we did. And then it became to a point where it was no longer illegal to grow a garden on a vacant lot in Minneapolis, where they ended up adopting this concept, where we were able to then move into lot rental. And lot rental moved us into fire hydrant rental. And lot rental and fire hydrant rental moved us into farmer market space. Farmer market space caused us to expand and expound, where Devon Nolan, one of our if you don't know that name, Devon Nolan is an internationally recognized name here from Minneapolis, who helped start the North Side Farmers Market, North Minneapolis. But then you have other groups like Appetite for Change with Princess, and many others. And then Appetite for Change, you can actually look up on YouTube. They have a list of different songs that the youth had developed based upon our practices in North Minneapolis, like grow food, and or are you going to trap or grow, right? And so there's a much broader movement that started taking place. But what I did was I just continued down that path of education. I continued to show up to the schools. I continued to mentor. I continued to tutor for free. All of it was for free. And I had to find a way to sustain my life so that I could be available to our community from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., but I still had to make a means. So we went hard, we went strong, but what I had to do was I had to get involved in the cannabis movement. So I started going out to the West Coast. I went out there and starting in 2012 to Washington State. And the day that I arrived in Washington State is the day that their cannabis legalized. And I started growing strong connections. So I ended up making uh over 1,000 trips to the West Coast and back in order to bring and distribute cannabis in the Midwest. And that is literally what kept this gardening movement alive. If
So
I
Cliff,
was
give
Go
me a
ahead.
pause there for a second because I know Sister Soulmate's probably still got technical issues she's trying to iron out so she can effectively interview. But let me give one thought for the people in the audience that's listening because a lot of stuff is happening on your doorstep. You've already said George Floyd. The American Indian movement, which was initiated in Minneapolis in the late 60s, was based on urban Indian life. Now, unfortunately, it then transitioned through Russell Means and other supposed reservation activists to move to what people think of as the Native American on the reservation today. But could you reiterate what's important about organic urban farming as you move forward? And I yield. You muted yourself, Cliff. We can't hear you.
Got you.
Yeah, you
So
loud and clear now, brother.
peace. So as I was saying, as I was having to find ways to financially sustain myself in order to carry this movement, the other side was how do we become organic farmers? And so as we were researching what it took to become an organic farmer was that you had to register yourself as an organic farmer, and then for 3 years, report in how you maintained your gardens. And through that process, your space could then be considered an organic farm. The problem is that the city kept getting shifty on us. So every time we would have a urban farm site for like a year or 2 years, they would say that somebody was coming to buy it. And then it would stall us on our entire project. We'd have to, find new vacant lots and shift around. And so there was like this back and forth strategy of us attempting to maintain longevity in spaces, but then also at the same time, the municipality trying to figure out a way to stop us, right? Um, it was so bad and so horrendous that right across the street from our main garden called Karamu, Swahili for joy, peaceful and joyful times. And in our motto was Ubuntu, right? None rise till we all rise. And so right across the street from that garden in 2016, or 2014, man, I'm brain fog right now, but my cousin Jamar Clark was executed in front of all of us. I was not there myself, but in front of our community. Um, it was literally right across the street from the garden. And right across the street from that garden, it's like every night was a block party. You know how our people get down. And one night, Jamar Clark, uh, he had brought a side chick to the party. And so his main chick, she was a larger girl. So she went over to check him, like, how dare you? And he got in between her from trying to get at his side piece. And I'm not saying this is right or wrong, but either way, this is what went down. And when Jamar got in between them, his main lady ended up tripping and falling and hurt her ankle. Someone in the neighborhood heard the noise, the disturbance. They called the ambulance because they heard her screaming, yelling, "Oh, my ankle, my ankle." And the whole community just turned on Jamar. How dare you, man? Blase wooty woo, yada yada yada. But then when the ambulance showed up and she didn't have insurance, and everybody told the ambulance to move around, they called they called the police. Well, they were only about, 5 blocks away from the fourth precinct. And so when the police showed up, it was an officer that Jamar actually had a restraining order against. This officer was from California, and he was sent to Minnesota, to Bloomington, Minnesota, for overly tasing Hispanic and Black people, or our minority people in California. And so he was put on probation, and since he had no family and nothing like that, they sent him here to Bloomington, Minnesota, where the Mall of America is. And the African population was growing rapidly in that region, right? And so he went over there and treated it like a playground, right? And so when that officer got in so much trouble there, he got put on probation again and was put over at the fourth precinct in North Minneapolis. You see this pattern? And so with that said, one day he harassed Jamar Clark in downtown Minneapolis, and Jamar wasn't having it. So he put a restraining order on him, right? And so here they are, fast forward, here they are outside at a nightly block party. She had refused the ambulance service, and they called the police on her for refusing their service. And there's a lot of our people who died once they got into that ambulance. Like George Floyd. It's my firm belief he wasn't dead when they scooped him up. He was dead when they put him in that ambulance. And if you look at the video, if you look at it thoroughly, those were military men that picked him up off the ground and put him in that ambulance. See what I'm saying? And so, but with that said, she rejected the ambulance. And so the whole community turned on the ambulance drivers. So they parked down the street, like about a half a block away. And when the police arrived, they didn't walk up to her. They didn't go talk to the community. That cop went straight to Jamar and said, "Jamar, funny to see you out here." And he pled his case. You ain't supposed to be anywhere near me. And they illegally detained him for no reason, put him down on the ground, beat him, roughed him up pretty bad, had him handcuffed. He was having a seizure, face down, and the officer pulled out his gun in front of everybody, but off camera, and shot my cousin multiple times, executing him in front of everybody. And it was literally one of the most horrendous things that have happened in this community. There's many different lynchings that have happened in this community. There are people who have been drugged by the bumper of the car for crossing Plymouth Avenue in this community. But that by far that's where the buck stopped. And we stood up, and y'all saw it on the news, and we protested, and then all those pastors came out a couple weeks later and used their cloth to disperse us instead of to bring us together. And at that point, I didn't know what to do except for just to keep gardening. I knew that the number one thing that I could do for my community was to teach our students how to provide for themselves, how to have an alternative way, and how to not get the money and leave, right? Not to take a sports package to a college and get the money and leave, but like keep everything here. So then we did a We Want You Back initiative, and we started bringing all of our students back into Minneapolis from the suburbs. They were going through one of the biggest racial discriminations that we've ever seen with our students as they dispersed them into the suburbs. And so as we started to bring them back, North High School became a championship school. We started winning the girls and the boys championships in basketball. We started winning the baseball championships. And then we started winning the football championships. And so as this was happening, we were putting like 6,000 to 10,000 seedlings a summer into the community, into the gardens where the children were growing the seedlings and the adults were installing them into the vacant lot spaces that we were overtaking. So, but with that said, we were unable to obtain vacant lots for uh, multiple years at a time in order to go organic. And then we started finding out about all the poison in the ground from the dilapidated, deconstructed properties, and how instead of like properly managing the deconstruction, they would like tear it down to the basement, and then they would throw a lot of that garbage into the basement and then fill it up with sand, right? And then we only way we found that out is when the soil testers came out and took their 5 foot tall uh baton that was a soil sample kit, where they shove it into the ground and pull it up and then get the layers of the samples in order to bring it back to the labs and test it. We started to find that once you got down 1.5 to 2 feet, it was all sand. And so then we had to switch from in-ground gardening to raised bed boxes. We were already aware of lead poisoning and other things, and we were building raised bed gardens in a sense in some of the spaces, but we had so many gardens that were in ground that we had to end it. We couldn't have the risk of continuing to feed the community poison, right? No matter what creed, color, or background or class that you were in, we weren't about poisoning nobody, right? We were about feeding everybody. The mandate that I serve is feed me, shelter me, clothe me, do it for the least of these as if it was for me. So it's my job to create low-hanging fruit for everybody. Low-hanging fruit to replace the strange fruit in the land. Low-hanging fruit to replace the strange fruit in the land. I'll say it again. Low-hanging fruit for all to replace the strange fruit in the land. So with that said, yeah, the challenge was to maintain a space for 3 years or longer in order to actually be able to grow sustainable organic food while having trauma take place all around us constantly, just barrage and barrage after barrage, as many of y'all can contest to in your urban societies, of just trauma, right? But these
Mm-hmm.
gardens became a space where you could escape the trauma. It became like remember when you played tag as a child, and 1, 2, 3, get off my father's apple tree, right? But the idea was that there would be a safe space for you to catch a breath for at least 10 seconds in the game of tag, right? So that you could keep playing without becoming it, right? And so these
Right.
gardens were kind of like that space, you know. Um,
Let me ask you
but
a question, Cliff,
yeah, go
because
ahead. Please do.
this is, I'm from the urban garden background as well in Atlanta, Georgia. So, you know, when I started as a volunteer in that garden, and not knowing much, but just knew that I love playing in the dirt and growing that food, and seeing the politics. We're talking about just a 2 acre backyard, literally, right outside of Atlanta, and in a residential area. And I couldn't believe the efforts that was put out there from the municipalities, from the politicians, to stop that. And it's like, why? This was not necessarily the hood, but it wasn't an affluent, I would say middle class community. And it was a mixed community because it was beginning to be gentrified at that point. However, the local grocery store in that neighborhood was the Piggly Wiggly. It wasn't a Publix or a Whole Foods, not even a Kroger. It was a but it was still a pretty decent store. I really would go in there and commend the manager because he kept that store going very, very well. Not to, say that it was a bad store, but at the same token, we were there to supplement, you know, uh, those families who couldn't necessarily go to Publix or Whole Food because it wasn't in that area. My point is the effort that I saw for them to just want us to cease and desist was amazing. And that's what made me dig in deeper. And like you were saying earlier, it is truly a war. And why wouldn't they wouldn't we were really literally next door to an apartment complex, and right next door to that apartment complex was a daycare. Okay. So this is food that the baby, if they came out there and like my granddaughter did when she started walking, I took her out there and she liked to pick up things and put them in her mouth, and she thought she was going to get in trouble because she picked that cherry tomato, and she was watching us and she was just waiting for us to tell her no, and she put that cherry tomato in her mouth and we were just looking at her, she was looking at us, and she was like, y'all not going to tell me no, and she fell in love with the garden at that point. Cause she couldn't believe it. Well, I can take stuff, put it in my mouth, and I'm not, you know. So we didn't spray any of that food with any chemicals, no pesticide, nothing. And and my boss, Rashid knew, he taught me the difference between organic and natural. He's like, you don't really want to use organic because they've hijacked that and they've commercialized that term. We are
Now,
natural
Wakita,
urban
just
farm.
forgive me for interrupting you, step on your wisdom. Sister Soul was turned around, but in the chat, if you want to segue, the last two things I dropped was on Shirley Sherrod, and you know we play it every week on how our land was stolen. So if you want
Yeah.
to do that, Sister Soulmate, to see if you're working technologically, use those two videos. It's only like 6 minute interview with Shirley Sherrod, and then she can go forward with explaining the concept of the abundantly farming mothers supporting the garden box with Cliff's partnership. And I
Right. So my point was, you're absolutely right when you say that there's a fight to just have good whole food to put in our bodies, our families' bodies, so we can maintain, first of all, our mental health, because people don't understand all these chemicals that we're putting in us and on us is affecting our brain. So we got to fight for our right to be healthy, to be whole. And it shouldn't be. So this is the very evidence that shows that this municipality is fighting against us. Why would you stop us from having good whole food?
Let let let
Why?
me let let me piggyback on that before we show this video. With the urban farming strategy, one of the things that I've been researching now for the last 10 years is the criminal act of 3M. Number 3, letter M, M as in
Yeah, I
Mary.
know them. Mm-hmm.
So they're based here in Minnesota. Their primary plants are right here. Their bomb making facilities are here. They're all right here. But with that said, ha ha have you heard of the forever chemicals?
Oh yes.
So they ran a test. Um, what they did was they worked with the government. I can't prove it yet. I'm on their trail, y'all. I'm on their trail. But they took the byproduct from 3M, told the farmers, hey, this will be good for your crops, et cetera, blase whoop de woo, right? Then the farmers, they put it on the farmers, like the farmers did it like they were ignorant and all that. But really at the end of the day, most of these farmers, they most likely threatened them, because they were all in the back pocket of the government. And so all that food that was poisoned went into the feedstock. You see?
Mm,
And so now we got all this feedstock that got all this forever chemical.
mm,
And
mm, mm,
um and then it went into our creeks and into our streams. They didn't expect
mm,
that. So they ended up going to the suburbs. So they did all these massive cleanups in the suburbs, but they're like, hey, you know what? Why don't we just let it go ahead and flow down the Mississippi? Right? Let's just go ahead and like everything south of the Mississippi was let it flow, right? And so that's what they did. So with that said, these forever chemicals, um, it created such a crisis that now all these farmers that are buying this land can't even sell their food anymore. They can't like if you watch the P what is it? The now I forgot the code name for it, but it's the P something, the forever chemical. Um, these farmers give testimony about how they were duped into buying these land spaces.
mhm,
And then once they bought the land and the old farmers got out so that criminal charges couldn't be pressed and all this other stuff, they banned them from being able to produce. So now you got all these people who went to go, even white people, right? Or what we quote unquote white, Eurocentric based people, right? Uh, got duped in this too. The lower level ones, and they bought into farms that where they can't provide. So with that said, about 3 years ago, when I was walking through the science museum here in Minnesota, I'm an avid science museum goer. And once I found out that us indigenous get free access to all, by the way, all of us who are indigenous get free access to every science museum in the United States of America. If you are
wow.
homeless, you can go in there. They can't deny you. They all you gotta do is go in there and say, I am an indigenous relative. They can't ask for your ID card. They can't ask for proof of nothing. They have to just give you a parking ticket and they have to give you and if you want to go to 4 movies in their Omni theater, they gotta give you all 4 tickets. They got to give you a ticket to the museum and all that jazz, right? So I bring upwards of 10 to 100 people at a time there with me, everybody for free, because I'm indigenous. But with that said, 3 years ago, I was getting off the elevator one day, and right in front of the elevator door, I don't know how I missed it for so many years, there is a billboard. And on this billboard, it says the last farming place, the last of the last of farmable land in the United States. Or no, was it the world?
What?
I have to take a picture and send it to everybody. But with that said, it said the last farmable spaces in the USA. Will just say that, and it had a picture of a urban garden in Chicago, Illinois. And this urban farm was over 1 acre big. And I was like, wow. And so it talks about how the last farming spaces that are farmable in the USA are urban spaces. That's where we at,
Right.
right?
Exactly.
And so
And
with
Cliff,
that
let me
said,
let me let me take that as a segue because I think
nope,
Sister
I'm not
Sophia.
done. One second.
Yeah.
1 second. With that said, I went to the Arboretum of the University of Minnesota and I said, "Hey, I want y'all to come to the Science Museum and see something that I seen." And they wouldn't take the time to come do it for a few years. So finally, I set up a tour for the students that were working with the Arboretum. So the Arboretum had to come, right? And so we went to the Science Museum with the students, and I took the main educator that was giving me a cold shoulder, and I was like, "All right, let's go look at this billboard now that you're here," right? So we went over and we looked at the billboard and I was showing him. He goes, "That's my garden." I was like, "What you mean that's your garden?" He said, "That's the garden that I started with a group of people in Chicago, Illinois." And he said the area got gentrified. They removed the garden, built a skyscraper where they had to go. They didn't even have access to the garden no more. So with that said, when I brought the Arboretum, finally got them up there to see this sign. And the Minnesota Arboretum is one of the top arboretums in the nation, right? We come up with all the apple varieties and all this other stuff here. or not we, they do. But I'm gonna end it on this note, Chief Ali Bamu. Hey, what's up, Chief Yanash? Grand Rising,
Greetings,
sir.
greetings.
But with that said, the Arboretum agreed with me that the last possible farming spaces that have been not fully contaminated is urban spaces.
And on that note, I'm gonna just get these videos right here because she's got herself together. After these videos, Sister Soul Main is going to move the interview forward. So give me a sec here.
America took 5,700 acres from black farmers, then paid them back 30 years later. In 1969, 12 black farmers in southwest Georgia came together with a vision to own land together. They called it New Communities. 5,700 acres, the largest black-owned plot in the country. A farm, a collective, a dream. Led by civil rights activist Slater King of Albany, they studied land laws in Israel, built a sugarcane mill, raised grapes, sold crops. They were building something no one had seen, a land trust for black freedom. Then came the drought, twice. And when they asked the USDA for help, they were denied, while white farmers got approved. In 1983, the USDA took their land and gave them nothing in return. 30 years later, during the Pigford versus Glickman case, New Communities won their fight. In 2009, they were awarded $12.8 million, the largest settlement ever given to black farmers. What they built was stolen. But their dignity was never for sale. If this happened to your family, what would you have done? This is our history. Follow for more untold stories because this journey is just beginning. America took 5,000...
Sister Soul Man, can you hear me? I'm gonna let this play one more time. The last video in the chat. If you can share that, that's the interview from the woman who has succeeded this effort.
700 acres from black farmers, then paid them back 30 years later. In 1969, 12 black farmers in southwest Georgia came together with a vision to own land together. They called it New Communities. 5,700 acres, the largest black-owned plot in the country. A farm, a collective, a dream. Led by civil rights activist Slater King of Albany, they studied land laws in Israel, built a sugarcane mill, raised grapes, sold crops. They were building something no one had seen, a land trust for black freedom. Then came the drought, twice. And when they asked the USDA for help, they were denied, while white farmers got approved. In 1983, the USDA took their land and gave them nothing in return. 30 years later, during the Pigford versus Glickman case, New Communities won their fight. In 2009, they were awarded $12.8 million, the largest settlement ever given to black farmers. What they built was stolen. But their dignity was never for sale. If this happened to your family, what would you have done? This is our history. Follow for more untold stories because this journey is just beginning.
So Sister Soul, can you hear me? I'm gonna stop sharing my screen.
Yes, I
You
can.
see that last interview for Shirley Sherrod? I'm gonna go on mute. If you would share that,
I
then
don't
you can.
know how to share it. No, unfortunately, I'm not really good with Zoom, Alabama. That's why I had such a hard time getting in. So,
Okay, we'll take a
can
pause.
anyone?
I'm gonna play this. This is only like 5 minutes.
Okay,
After her interview, then you can take it over. Hold on a second.
all right.
My name is Carolyn Mugar, and I've been at Farm Aid for 30 years. I can't even remember when I met Shirley. It was probably about 30 years ago. Shirley has experienced racism and discrimination throughout her entire life. Her life is marked by fighting for civil rights and the rights of family farmers. Listen to what she does in the face of extreme odds, always choosing to work within her community.
My name is Shirley Sherrod, and I grew up on a farm in Baker County, Georgia, and had no intention of actually being a part of any farming operation or any farm work. But during my senior year of high school, my father was murdered by a white farmer. So I made the decision to stay in the South and devote my life to working for change. So I started initially with the civil rights movement in the rural area, and that means working with people who lived and worked and owned farms. Growing up in Baker County, where we were really locked down in the county, you couldn't ride through there without being stopped, and you could be beaten or you could be killed. That was the system we lived in. My father and others were meeting secretly to start the civil rights movement. Now, I don't know whether that's the reason why he was murdered by this farmer or not, but this farmer, he had an adjoining farm, and some of his cows had actually gotten.
Try muting yourself, Alibama, while you're playing it.
I'm going to have to start it again. I'll be right.
My name is Carolyn Mugar, and I've been at Farm Aid for 30 years. I can't even remember when I met Shirley. It was probably about 30 years ago. Shirley has experienced racism and discrimination throughout her entire life. Her life is marked by fighting for civil rights and the rights of family farmers. Listen to what she does in the face of extreme odds, always choosing to work within her community.
My name is Shirley Sherrod, and I grew up on a farm in Baker County, Georgia, and had no intention of actually being a part of any farming operation or any farm work. But during my senior year of high school, my father was murdered by a white farmer. So I made the decision to stay in the South and devote my life to working for change. So I started initially with the civil rights movement in the rural area, and that means working with people who lived and worked and owned farms. Growing up in Baker County, where we were really locked down in the county, you couldn't ride through there without being stopped, and you could be beaten or you could be killed. That was the system we lived in. My father and others were meeting secretly to start the civil rights movement. Now, I don't know whether that's the reason why he was murdered by this farmer or not, but this farmer, he had an adjoining farm, and some of his cows had actually gotten into our pasture, and we met him the day before he murdered my father on the road as we were going to church, and he said he was coming for the cow the next day. When they gathered at the pasture, the white farmer tried to claim other cows in our pasture. He and my father argued. My father told him, we don't have to continue this. We can just go to court. And he shot him. The grand jury, which was a local white grand jury, refused to indict him. So nothing was ever done. My father would be so proud of the work that I've done through the years. I think of him often, and that's what drove me so much to help other farmers. I'll never forget the first cooperative that I organized. It was in my home county. So I'm dealing with these older men who were really my father's friends, and what can she tell us? Was kind of the attitude. It was that they knew me as a little girl, and then I'm a woman too. One farmer had called me. He received a letter saying they had given him an appointment to come into the office. So this farmer called and asked if I would go with him. The county supervisor started telling the farmer that he would be foreclosing on the farm. He's just going on, and he's quoting regulation that was, he was totally off base with it. It was old regulation, and we had new regulation. So I stopped him, and I said, "Will you put that in writing?" Now, see, I think he probably knew he was not saying the right thing, but he would have gotten by with that if I hadn't been there knowing that what he was saying was not the current regulation. He said, "I ain't put nothing in writing." And then each time he made a decision, we would appeal. After quite some time working on it, it ended, and that farmer has the farm, that family, they have the farm today. I guess it was because of that work that when President Obama was elected, others were contacting me saying, we've never had a person of color in the state office. It's time to try. And I had no thought that I would actually become state director. So it was a real surprise for me when I received a call from the White House saying I had been selected as Georgia's state director of rural development, first person of color in the state office in Georgia. But I didn't get to serve a whole year. Being the first person of color, I got requests all the time to come and speak or to come to the various communities. So I had agreed to speak at an NAACP banquet. And I used that time again, as I had done for 24 years, to talk about racism and my transformation. It was really heavy on my mind because that date was an anniversary date of my father's funeral. Apparently someone, I suspect it was someone who worked in the agency who wanted me out, who actually sent that speech to the blogger, and that led to the blogger editing the speech to make it appear that in my position, I refused to help a white farmer. USDA and the administration were embarrassed after they forced me to resign, but a lot of that was because so many of my friends around the country stood up to say this was wrong. When I even ride through some of the area in southwest Georgia now and can point to a farm and say, I helped to save that farm, that's such a good feeling, knowing that the system tried to take them out and we worked so hard to keep them there.
Sister Soul, you got it.
That was a great video. With that video, I like people to know that NAACP plays a lot into Boule and things of that nature. So it's understandable why they would not support her or have her back with that situation. I just want to say that. But Wakita, I definitely wanted you to start, if you can, just going more into the things that can be done with the women on in the community, as far as the younger women and being able to do farming, and it's a lot of obstacles sometimes, especially when you don't have a yard per se, or a garden that you can plant. It's harder to do that. So I was hoping you can give some things to give the ideas about what you guys are doing with the abundantly farming mothers and families to help assist, or tell people or encourage them in ways that would um, let them know that they can do these things as well for their family.
Absolutely, absolutely. Um, Mother Shirley Sherrod is one of my sheroes, and during the time that I was in Atlanta with the urban farms, that's when I discovered her. And really, and to this day, she's still out there campaigning, as a one of our elders. And so that just really, uh pushed me and really encouraged me to listen. It's the mothers that have to push this forward. When I was in that urban farm and went from a volunteer to a manager, we one of the strictest rules there is that the guys, the men, was not allowed to harvest those crops. Only the women could touch the food. That was a stern rule. And I was like, what is that all about? And it was actually documented and testified to the fact that that food was more nutritious and more delicious when the women touched the food. So that was the beginning point when I learned the power that we mothers have when it come down to planting and in the earth and feeding the people. So, from that point on, and that was in 2008 now. From that point on, I made sure.
Miss Wakita, my apologies to interrupt you, but I know you're unable to see the screen, and I just realized that I put
Mhm.
a kiss emoji on my screen because as you're talking, it reminded me about how my grandmother would kiss my forehead and leave the lipstick on me. My aunties would kiss my forehead and leave the lipstick on me, and then now my cousins, my older cousins, still to this day, and my aunties kiss me and leave lipstick on me, and so it's almost like putting that mother's touch on it, that lipstick.
Absolutely. You know, but it's from that point on, I made sure no matter where I was, I made sure I had some food growing. You can have food growing on your countertops in your kitchen. You can have food growing in your windowsill. You can have food growing. I was in an apartment complex in Atlanta on Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. And I had just a little patch of dirt, at my back door, and probably about maybe 2 feet by 8 feet. Very, very small patch of dirt. And the brush that was there looked like it was burnt somehow. It was damaged. So I did ask permission to dig that up. And I dug that up and got rid of it. And I planted me just a little garden right there on that little strip of dirt. You would not believe the food, how much food I grew in a 2 foot by 8 foot space.
Yeah, that's
So
powerful.
yes, it's so it's not, oh well, I can't grow any, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. You
Stop with
can.
them excuses. Yeah.
Right. Because last year when Abundantly Farming Mothers got together, we grew microgreens. Microgreens in just a little tiny box, whatever box you have, make sure it has good drainage. And you know, you could grow alfalfa sprouts. I'm doing the black eyed peas sprouts. You can sprout a lot of these foods. And right there on your counter. So it's no
and,
excuse. I
and
got
stop and
pineapple
stop
sprout.
trying to look at it like profitable, because what's
No,
profitable is the very fact of you doing it. That's what's profitable, right?
right. Because just like my brother out there in California says that growing food is like free money.
Bam.
Really, literally, literally.
Money
You
does
get
grow
this,
on trees when you look
yeah,
at it, when you look at
absolutely,
food as a currency. Write that down.
absolutely. So, yes, it's we're trying to bring these ideas and encouragements to the community more now than ever. The vegetation in the grocery store, the produce in the grocery store just went up 39% and within the past month. So it's getting critical out here. I'm the type of person that absolutely believe in self-sustainability, self-reliability. And my little front porch right here, where I am right now, I have no backyard at all. I have a very large front deck, and I've grown a summer garden here this year with the help of my granddaughter. And the eggplant that we got from here, the cucumbers, the squash, um, variety of tomatoes. We still got the rosemary going. No
Mm.
excuse. No excuse.
You
If
know,
you know,
and that right there is wealth.
absolutely.
That's wealth.
Because you know what's in the soil, you know what's been sprayed or not sprayed on that food. And here's another tip that a lot of people don't know. If you're growing from seed, put that seed in your mouth for a few minutes before you put it in the ground. That
Mm-hmm.
seed is going to read your DNA.
Yeah, DNA. Mm-hmm.
And whatever you're insufficient in, like if you got a plant that produces vitamin K and you're low in vitamin K, it's going to double up on that vitamin K.
It'll nurture you
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
from
It
within
replenishes.
Mm-hmm.
and
That's
cleanse you.
great. So when it comes to that, Marquita,
Absolutely.
that's real encouraging because now younger people, especially younger people, this is a time to actually do this. They might think, oh, I'm not into that. That's for old folks or,
Right.
elderly people do that
I
or,
don't have a green thumb.
so on and so
Right.
forth. So when it comes to that, right, the young people can be encouraged getting a small planter. They're these little black bags. I forgot what they're called.
Your grow
They're
bags. Grow
grow
bags
bags.
is
It's
what they're
called grow
called.
bags. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So the grow bags, you can take those and you can plant them in spots that are near like sunlight and so on and so forth to plant different things, turmeric, ginger, potatoes,
Mm-hmm.
onions, the things that are easy. Start with something easy because what'll happen is we get encouraged when we see ourselves doing things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
if somebody is actually sending someone is actually sending I'm sorry, my daughter was calling me as I was speaking, guys. I apologize. But if you're emitting the things that are gonna be, hold on a second. I'm sorry, guys.
You know what's fascinating about this is that like even when I could not get this community to grow food or to come into the gardens, for the life of me, I could not get them to come into the gardens. And I had to be very tactical just to get someone to come in the garden, let alone grow something. But all of a sudden, when I had, I was studying and researching, and while I was studying and researching, I didn't read it. It just dawned on me. Everybody in my community smokes marijuana. Everybody. And if they don't smoke it, they eat it or they
Right,
drink it.
but
Like,
Cliff, wait, real quick, Cliff. I'm sorry. I don't want to get into that topic and going over a little bit. Let's kind of stick to this. I really
no,
want
no,
young people to start.
the
My
reason
thought
being
that
is the
right,
reason
brother,
being was around the
brother.
eating or getting involved in the garden. But when I had let them know that the tomato was the cousin of it, right? All of a sudden everybody and their cousin started growing tomatoes, but now it's legal in Minnesota. So now all these tomato growers are growing cannabis of their own, but they're growing food too, but I yield. It was just about the tactics of getting someone to grow.
Sister Soul, are you having technical issues again? Because we can't hear you.
Yes, I was just trying to recollect my thought. I was trying to stick to a point. And
Mm.
just give me 1 second. Well, Keita, you can go on, sweetheart, with explaining what you were saying as far as like I was trying to focus on the younger people, encouraging them, as far as the ability to be able to do some of these things, and it's not so hard.
Right.
Some of the simpler things to plant, in ways of that nature. Maybe you could speak on that for a minute.
Yes, actually, in that same apartment complex, we had an after school program. So I did introduce to young children, elementary, middle school children, the ease of growing food. So we actually planted those watermelon seeds. We was coming up on the end of the school year, and we got the pots and everything together. And watermelon,
And it
even
is.
though you may depending on your environment and circumstance, may not actually get a watermelon, but that plant comes up really fast. So of course, with the children having a short attention span, that caught their attention really quick because within a matter literally of days. They can see their little plant coming up. And I wanted to introduce growing from seed. I know we have the start in the big box stores, but growing from seed is an actual skill. And I had to learn that the hard way. So
So
that's
if
what they
you and
go
Mama
through it.
Sylvia would talk about heirloom seeds and how that's a predicament as well with the
Yes.
Monsantos, the DuPonts, etc.
Yeah. So with that, as I was trying to say earlier, my thought kind of come back. I just wanted to say how we can plant certain things, right? Once you're encouraged, right, into what you're doing and you see the growth, like what Kita just said, seeing that watermelon seed and it's like quick, it doesn't take like, oh, it's going to take months and months to see some type of progress, so on and so
Right.
forth. A lot of things will grow very swiftly. And once you start seeing the growth and see that it wasn't as hard, it will encourage you to do more. So start with something simple.
Mm-hmm.
Roots are good too. Particularly seeds are definitely good. Just like she said, when you're putting it in your mouth, the seed actually is picking up your DNA and it's picking up and registering that information. That's why it will actually help and heal ailments in your body based off of the saliva that you put into it. So that is very important.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're doing the same thing, keeping in mind roots are easy. You're putting
Right.
them under the soil, you're keeping them moist, you're not overwatering them, and you can see things grow quickly like turmeric, ginger. These are healing things that are good for you. Things you want to always have around you.
Mhm.
Turmeric is
Exactly.
is uh is anti bacterial. It removes certain things from your body. It helps you. It's like an antibiotic. Ginger, it's an anti-inflammatory. If you get swelling and things of that nature, you having issues in your stomach, it'll help with taking out inflammation and things. So these are easy things that are medicinal help, and you can use them in your food as well, depending on what you're cooking. So we need to learn to start doing something simple. You don't have to start with, oh, let me get a whole big garden. Now you're
Right.
overwhelmed. Start with something simple. Get 2 or 3 baskets. Okay, I'll do an herb in this one. I'll try a potato or something in here. I'll do an onion in this one. You know what I'm saying? I'll try a root over
Mhm.
here. When you do those things and you start to see the growth and development of what you have created and brought to life, that's very, very encouraging. So yeah, anyone want to speak on that as far as like the things that have been going on in the community? I know there was mention of a lot of waste with the young lady that was trying to help in the community. You guys have been trying to do things in the community and it's not been as successful because people are not supporting, so on and so forth. I think we should talk about that a bit, especially when there's food being given away and then it goes to waste. That is kind of, a hard thing to
Mhm.
swallow. So can someone speak on that real quickly?
Sure. Again, just going back to that experience in the urban setting, there was a lot of food left over, and it was a little bit of a challenge, just to, like you say, to give it away. There is a young lady we're trying to get in contact with her. That's going on with her right now. She's on a lot, and she's growing. I mean, large abundance of food, and she literally has to compost this food and bury it back into the garden because it's just rotting, and she can't give it away. She is selling some of it, but a lot of times she's just want to give it away, and nobody's coming for this food. What I would like to do, my goal is, especially with the younger folk, and even people my age, you know what I'm saying, we're middle-aged people, they have no idea where their food
Yes.
come from. None. You know you ask a young person, where does the potatoes come from, they're going to tell you the grocery store. That is not the right
Mm-hmm.
answer. So, you know, we got to really re-educate ourselves on what our food look like, smell like. I mean, in the garden.
But ladies,
Right.
in particular to this, Sister Soul name, the USDA has basically 3 bullet points on their website. First, to
Mm-hmm.
get us farming, which would mean future farmers of America, if you will, et cetera, the younger generation. Next, to
Mm-hmm.
impact food deserts, which is where we are, no matter where that is. It is a sorrowful state that we don't have any type of farmers markets, active growing of organic fruits and vegetables. And third is the waste issue. So in this scenario, a partnership between the restaurants and making vegetable soup or other things of this nature so that people see and eat it. Not just raw, though that would be the best. Eating it raw would give you full nutritional value. But could you talk on that, Wakita and Mama Sylvia? Because we're trying to reach out to Sister Shirley Sherrod and this lady that's in the Atlanta area, unable to give this food away.
Well, at this time, we will be visiting her institute, Cheryl Sherrod's Institute, on our anniversary on November the 9th. And we will be putting out a flyer for all of the community to share in the celebration. I spoke to one of the curators of the institute, and during that time, you would be able to walk the land, pick whatever is in season at that time, and share in the growing, understanding how they're putting out still the muscadines at this time. Because I asked him what exactly, say if we went in September, he said that the muscadines, we would be able to taste them from her land, which would be something that I think would be an honor. And also, I spoke to him on seeing how we can get her to come out and speak to abundantly farming mothers at that time. So I'm inviting everyone, if you're interested, we're going to get out a flyer. And they also have cabins, which I know I'm going to stay on the land for at least one night, because I think that just to be in that presence would be an experience of a lifetime. Now, this past, I guess it was a couple of months ago, Abundantly Farming Mothers sent heirloom seeds to, what's her name, Wakita, the NFL?
Miss Stephanie
Miss
Anderson.
Stephanie.
She's the president
So
of
they
the
have heirloom
NFL.
seeds, which I'm about to do a demo of how, once you get your seeds, you put it in, and when it's time for that seed to come to give back, then you have to know what to do with that. Some people just say, well, it's over, it's dead. But it has given you a flower, a sign that let you know, okay, it's time for me to produce another seed. So I am right now putting together a couple of tutorials on how to wait until that seed is you were able to cultivate it and grow your seeds for generation to generation. Because if you don't prepare, it will dry up, the birds will eat it, or some other insect will take a hold of it. You won't be able to process it, because I know I've lost some seeds. I have a fat red bird. I don't know. My husband says, don't kill him. I said, I'm going to call my grandson because he's eating up all my blueberries. So sometimes, the other animals, they out there too waiting on food. I had to wind up putting up a fence for the deer. The deer was clipping all of my sweet potato vines. They were having a ball. So, even though sometimes we say we don't know, if you just watch the nature, the movement of other animals, that will tell you when your items are ready, because they're waiting too. So when you see them start to show up and flutter around, you better get to picking, because they picking too.
And I keep preaching this message about diversifying your space, right? And when I was building the George Floyd Memorial, I was also learning how to take care of a larger farm space. So I went from a garden to a 50-acre plot, right? And man, when I was out there, the deer kept coming up and snatching everything before I could get to it.
Oh yes,
And I'm
they're
like,
very smart.
I ain't never had to deal with them before. So the next year, that was 2019 into 2020, right? So then the next year, the 2021 season, I grew more. I was like, maybe this will help. But no, it brought more deer. I'm like,
That's right.
okay, all right. So everybody hungry. So I'm gonna feed them too, because one day
Mhm.
I'm gonna pluck one of them, right? I'm gonna harvest me a deer. And so with that said, one of the farmers, when I was picking up compost to refill the George Floyd Memorial, one of the farmers was telling me, he's like, you know what you do? He said, you build a little tunnel box and you plant sunflowers all around the area that's your personal garden, right? And he said deer hate the texture of the sunflower plant. And I was like,
Oh.
what? I was like, man, I got these bears out here too. What about them? He's like, oh yeah, bears hate sunflower. They can't stand it. And I'm
Hmm.
like, interesting. And so, but then, just learning how to be compatible with ecology, because we need the
Right.
ecology, but at the same time, stop stealing all my seeds.
Right. Yes, you think you're growing, but they're watching that food.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
You're serving it right up. And that sunflower is so beneficial. Another benefit of that sunflower, it actually detoxes your soil too. So
Right.
if you do
And
have,
then it brings
yeah,
the bees, which is wonderful.
yes, that's right.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
those
it's a
sunflowers are
deep
very
tap root.
beneficial.
It's just like
Exactly.
comfrey with a deep tap root. It has the same, it has medicinal properties as a lot of the different fruits and vegetables we grow.
Right.
And man, oh man, will they spread. Yeah, that's why he told me to
Hmm.
plant them in a box, because the roots are just
Hmm.
massive. And but with that said, the only other plant that can replace hemp for hempcrete construction is
Hmm.
the sunflower stock.
Wow.
Hmm.
So, but it's not passed, by building code. Um, but hey, hemp is passed by building code for hempcrete, right? But sunflower stock has the same value, and sunflower is a sequestrator for carbon relief too.
Yeah, so when it comes to the gardening that you mothers have been trying to get together, can you go into how it would be beneficial or how it can happen? Is there any type of programming or anything that you guys are offering? Like if someone wanted to start this, right, and become a part of maybe distributing or going into some of the things that you guys have been doing for the community, how would they get involved, or how could they get involved with you guys as far as trying to maybe offer a landmark where they could do some farming and maybe be a part of the programming you guys are doing or anything of that nature?
Well, we're coming up on our second anniversary. So and quite honestly, we are trying to recruit younger ladies because most of the ladies in our group right now are matriarchs, meaning that they are elders, over the age of 7. So we, as far as physical work, Miss Sylvia is very active, and I know she don't look her age at all. But what we're hoping to gather this year is more younger people to get involved so we can get our programs up and running. And I think the economic climate is going to be a bit of a motivator because I think more and more people are seeing the value of growing their own food. But I am just coming into, and I want to plug this in because even though I'm a young elder, I'm also have some physical challenges. So right now I am visually impaired. I have lost total sight in my eyes. Now I came across a program called Agribility, which I am extremely excited about. And this is a project through the university systems. We do have it here in Georgia at the University of Georgia, but there are also at other universities across the state. I'm sorry, across the nation. And it's partnered with the USDA as well. Agribility is a project that allows people with a disability or a chronic illness, or just someone who is becoming an elder, who is farming and want to continue to successfully farm. They will support you with technical assistance, uh, um, and also other modalities that will continue, help you continue to farm. And it's a, from what I'm hearing, a wonderful, wonderful program here in Georgia. There's 68 farms that's being supported by that project. So I am gathering more information, getting in contact with the pertinent people to bring this to abundantly farming mothers, because we want all family members, regardless of their age, to be able to grow food. And since we do have some people who are uh, uh, elders, some who may be, differently able, like myself, and even if you're a young person, if you have a chronic disease and you need assistance in that area, you'll be eligible too. So stay tuned for more information on that. It's called Agribility. If you want to go ahead and Google it, and the University of Georgia is help running that project right now.
Yeah,
And
and
specifically answer your question. Every Friday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6 p.m. Central, the mothers are gathered on Abundantly Farming Mothers. I've sent you the flyers, Sister Soulmate. Feel free to distribute it
Yes,
every week.
I posted it.
Bookmark the calendar.
Yes, I have posted. That is an when I say an extremely outstanding program, Wakita. I just want to get a quick pointer on that. So what you're saying is, first off, there's no disability with youth because you can start with something small and easy and simple to get yourself going. There's even no problem or issue with the person that has disability. So if you have a physical impairment in some type of way, this program is focused on people that have this impairment. So there's no reason why, if you want to do this, you would not be able to do this if you were able to seek information on this program. So anyone
Absolutely.
interested, just for anyone that's listening, if you're interested in this and being a part of this, as Wakita said, there's something that is open to assist you. Don't think, oh, I have a disability, I'd love to do that, and I would want to be a part of that, but my disability wouldn't allow me to. That is something that they are working on, assisting people with, elderly people, she said, people with disabilities. So there's no reason for you not to be able to do something if you want to do it. So if you are interested, still reach out. That way you can get the information on that. You can find the information yourself. She just gave you the information to research it. And then you can reach out and then become a part of the organization so that you can help feeding people that are in the community, getting a farm and reserving things for your family, because this is a legacy. It's a heresy. This is what part of their program is, to teach people to build safe food, right?
Exactly.
Chemical-free food for your family, and being able to leave that for the legacies behind. So this is very important. Go ahead if anyone else wanted to speak on that real quick.
Well, that leads to the garden box itself, and I want Cliff and Wakita to walk through what conceptually the garden box is.
Go ahead, Cliff.
Yes. Could you guys get right into that? That would be awesome. Explaining what the guard box is, how beneficial it is, how easy it is to get something like that assembled, and the things that are involved in that detail. If you guys can get into that, that'd be great.
yeah,
Cliff, if you're talking, you're on mute.
You can jump in. Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So I'm just
Yeah, Cliff,
reviewing the
can you
notes.
get it?
Just one moment.
Will do.
And see here. You had said somewhere along the way, Sister Soul Main. Oh yeah, in-home gardening. I'm just looking at the notes here. So, in-home gardening is something that is extremely beneficial, and you were even referring back to like the garden bags, the black bags,
Yes,
the
grow
planting
bags.
bags.
Those are awesome. Yes,
So
I've used them I have used those myself, so that's how I know how easy they are. to be able to use. You put your soil in there, you put whatever you're using, your root, your herb. Yeah, please give a little more description on that, and especially going into the beds that you're building, Cliff.
So
Uh-oh.
getting into the farming practice of like, or gardening practice even for organic farming, or what's considered organic farming for sales. I understand, Miss Wakita, that there's don't believe the hype about what's on the shelves, right?
Right.
Because it's not exactly natural. But you can do a natural garden of your own and have it called organic. So one of the things I've been learning from Chief Ali Bamu and others about the farm numbers is that even your residential space can be considered a farm number, right? If you are doing urban farming and you are doing some sort of gardening practice, let's say you're just getting good at tomatoes, you don't like you were saying on your balcony, and you don't have a backyard, Miss Wakita, you don't have to have a yard to produce, right? And so I was before I get into the garden box portion, this last couple weeks, I have been bringing together a cannabis collective in Minnesota so that we don't get left behind as a people, like what happened in every other major urban society. But as I've been going around and visiting people's in-home grow operations, I've been having them also come back to the garden and see the garden boxes. And one of the main things I've been seeing is a problem, a major problem is that people are using these black grow bags, but they're doing the no-till bags, but they're doing it specifically for their medicinal, for their just for their cannabis. And it's like, no, 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 diversify. It's just like diversifying your portfolio, right? And so getting started on that one product, I just wanted to double back and touch on that note is you could have never been so right about something like that, because once you get that first couple plants and you start producing some yield and start getting some harvest, man, oh man, it sets you on fire and it has you just launched down that road. But now in regards to the community box movement, this is another great way to activate the youth in the community and to get people excited about gardening, right? So when I was approached to do more curriculum in the public schools again, I had been out of the public schools for a few years due to a divorce I was going through, but just self healing and whatnot. But then when they had approached me to go back into a public school, Nellie Stone Johnson, and to get these students activated, I was like, man, I mean, I've never even taught a group inside of an elementary school. I've taught elementary students, but I never went into an elementary school where they wanted me to go. But when I went in there and investigated this school, it's where a lot of the Kia boys were going to school. So there's a lot of extremely troubled youth that you might have seen them on the news. They were whipping donuts in the playground area, little 10-year-old kids during school that had stole the cars. And so this was the school that had asked me to go in and do something. So with that said, I was like, well, I'm trying to get my own children to stay engaged in ecology and urban farming. So I created a new curriculum called the Nomi Farm Boards. And the Nomi Farm Boards was a way to first get someone into the community to actually identify, the nature around themselves. And so part of the curriculum is basically just walking around and getting to know your surroundings, understanding, arborist side, the importance of trees and shading and regional trees, and then moving them towards gardening. But how you move them towards gardening is by having them get hands-on and creative through hobby experience what we have to present with Nomi Farm Boards. So with that said, it was a success. Once we did the first curriculum, it was a hit. But when all the children found out that, Cliff the gardener is the builder of these memorials, Cliff the gardener, does all this for the community, they're like, man, can you build a garden for us? And I'm like, absolutely not. But I'll show y'all how to build a garden. And so the garden box became a staple out of nowhere. And we didn't have a name for it. It was just something wrapped up inside of the Nomi Farm Board. So with that said, we ended up activating a public school called St. Paul City School in St. Paul, Minnesota. It's just blocks away from the state capitol. That school used to have a urban farming program, but when they bought a new property, they did not put urban farming into the program. And it was actually a mother that was the original installer of the garden at their previous space. But then when that child had graduated, the baton didn't really get passed over when the school moved. So with that said, I was there the second year of this school teaching this Nomi Farm Board curriculum. And when we learned all this, I connected the students. Well, I didn't. The interns that I was not helping to navigate connected the students to some parents in the community, and they first designed it on a board, and then they built it in their backyard of the school. So as this started progressing, actually, U.S. Foods is a national commercial distributor for food product or whatever, and they actually have a clause in their in their contracts with anybody who receives from US Foods. And what's in there in the fine print is that you cannot receive food from an urban farm.
Wow.
And it's like, wow, when did that even get installed? So with that said, the new dean that took over the school, or the executive director of this charter school, St. Paul City School, which is a K through 12 program, he immediately, because he took over position halfway through the summer, he immediately wanted the garden removed because he read the clause. None of us knew the clause. And so as he was responsibly becoming the new executive director, he did not attack the garden. He attacked the possibility of the school, the charter coming under attack. So with that said, we had to remove that entire garden. We protested it. The parents protested it. Everyone in the community protested it. The students protested it. But at the end of the day, I came to an agreement to remove the garden, due to the fact that it could cause a further issue for the charter school itself. But through that, the executive director was like, why don't you come back when you're ready to do green roofs and we can look into a green roof. So the Science Museum began to carry this concept, and they were like, wow, we really love the Nomi Farm Boards. We would like to create a long-term contract with Grow Us. So as we were negotiating this, they sent their educators from their environmental justice, or their EJ team, and we forged our curriculum together. So the garden box ended up joining into, or sorry, the Nomi Farm Board curriculum joined into the Science Museum curriculum through what they call STEM-J. STEM, as everyone knows, and then the J stands for justice. They were losing their public funding from the science funding nationally, the National Science Fund, NSF, and but our science museum challenged the NSF and said, well, why? And they said, well, you're not producing workers for different type
So
of
real
STEM.
quick question, did this lead way into a certain way of you creating the beds or the hemp beds? What was the concept of that, and how easy would that be for someone to do something like that? Not necessarily using the components you're using, but as far as like getting someone started, like how hard would it be, like as far as cost and the ease of getting something set up if they wanted to get into, doing something like this? How hard would that be, or how easy would that be, and what components would they need to get started with something like that?
Well, everything's going to cost you time, first and
Yeah.
foremost. And so understanding that it's going to take, the investment of time in order to get a return on your investment. The second part is, if you don't have the funding for the lumber, to get resourceful, to find reclaim opportunities to have wood. There's pallets in the world. There's deconstruction taking place all over the place. There's old dressers and there's things of this nature that you can convert. I've even seen people take
I've seen it. Bathtub.
bathtubs,
Yeah.
in sinks and whatnot in order to create proper drainage for a garden or a compost bin, right?
Mm.
But how this was segueing for Garden Box, everything I say is with purpose, so it all ties together, right? And so with that said, the battle in order to maintain a garden plot for this school, the Science Museum kept diving into this with me, and they sent their EJ team in. And when we merged our curriculum, that the concept was that in order for them to maintain their funding for our students, because really what they're doing, they're serving our community. You're not going to see a lot of white children or Asian children in our STEM justice curriculum at our science museum. I don't know about other states, but here it was serving our community. So if they were going to lose their funding, they were going to have to shut down that entire justice department, right? Environmental justice. So with that said, one of the science museum coordinators and grant writers stated this: the reason why we're not being able to produce the workers for the STEM industry is because you're not providing justice in the community. And so from there, the
I'm
year that
sorry,
I
Cliff, I'm sorry. It's kind of steering away, but I wanted you to kind of let me ask the question again. Maybe kind of explain to people, if someone was listening, right, and they said, "Hey, this sounds awesome. This sounds great. What can I do to start this or initiate something like this on my own?" Like what would be the either way? We kind of talked about the grow beds and things of that nature, but what other ways or things could they use to basically get themselves started in a small space, like in their apartment? I know you did mention something about dressers, sinks, tubs. I've seen those things as well, so that is absolutely true. But just finding like spare wood, like, can you kind of speak on that, like telling people ways to, like, hey, just become inventive or come up with ideas, the things that they need to know that's important, making sure there's drainage, whatever it would be that is important for them to understand, and how easy it would be, how it's not so hard per se, but having these simple things and putting things in the proper place and perspective when lining them up, you can do this very easily. Can you kind of maybe kind of give them more of a idea on getting started? Like if you were kind of coaching a person to get started in their apartment and they didn't have much space, what could they do? Or what kind of components to maybe do something small, like Wakita mentioned earlier. She was in an apartment, but she had a few little feet, so she was able to do something there. Maybe they could have used something like she could have used something like the hemp bed you have, those type of things. What can people use themselves possibly, or get themselves in that position if they wanted to get started, other than like the grow bags and things of that nature.
Sister Soul Main. So I did touch on that with the black bags and trying to move towards it, but what Chief Ali Bamu was wanting me to elaborate on was the Garden Box movement that's taking place. And so the Garden Box movement is a curriculum and an education that rose out of what I was uh, attempting to explain here. But so with that said, and if somebody wanted to get more information on how to, or the DIY in regards to whether it's a home-based project or a community-based project, you can get in contact with me, or many others, someone else that might be in the region. I myself, I have many different methods, many different styles, and many different ways that I use when I consult people in consultation. Grow Us LLC is a for-profit. And with that said, my consultation services are great and it can get you off the ground and running. Um, but with that said, the
Real
varieties that
quick,
could,
on what you just said, I'm sorry, brother. Can you elaborate on that? So basically, if a person was interested and they wanted to learn more about doing this, they do have a way to get to you through the organization. Could you give them the website or, whatever contact information would be best? Because someone may be listening that's interested in that. And if they
of
could reach out to
course,
you, what's the best way to reach out to you to try to get the consult, things of that nature?
yep, growusllc.com. If you go on your web browser of any type, growusllc.com. And if you reach out through that web portal, we can definitely get back in contact with you. Or you can find me on Facebook. That's my primary social media outlet is Clifton Williams President, Clifton, like spelt on. If anyone is able to see the Zoom screen, my name is on here. That's how my name is spelt out. You might have to search specifically in Minneapolis to find me because I found out there are a lot of Clifton Williams out there by doing podcasts and whatnot. But man, I'm telling you, just simply by being being hungry, pun intended, to get something going yourself and to get your toe in the water. Man, YouTube is just loaded. I know so many University graduates that are building cabins, let alone, coming up with simpler ways for uh, gardening remedy or growing remedy in their home. Um, and if I were to say if it's one of the most easiest things that I have ever grown inside the home is basil. And basil can be used on so many things and it has so many benefits to it. And uh just for a home project, but if you're looking to go at scale, you might not want to grow just food. Maybe you're looking to just, curb appeal and be involved with the pollinating movement. Pollinator rain gardens are exclusive. And if you study up on bioswale is a way where you can mitigate your watering process if you have like a high rain season or even a high water table. But when you're starting small, start with something that's going to be, I would say herbal. And I heard you referring that to that as well earlier, Sister Soulmane and Wakita. Herbs are great in everything, but then when you start doing it, learn about the diversity of that plant, right? Um, for instance, all over North Minneapolis, actually all over Minneapolis and St. Paul in general, there's lamb quarters growing everywhere. You can go around where there's no car traffic, not a lot of human traffic, and learn about foraging and be able to harvest an entire salad just walking around the Twin Cities, right? There are different ways that you can garden where you don't even have to plant a garden, is what I'm saying, just by simply learning how to forage, right? And if you don't have the ability to do that, as much as I hate saying the statement, but they have the master gardeners programs. But how me and my children first started getting involved in 2008, when I started hearing the calling about, backyarding and gardening, I didn't know nothing about gardens. I was a cartel member. I was a multimillionaire that wore white stuff all the time, didn't want to get it dirty. And so when I transitioned from the streets and then started hearing this call in my heart about gardening, um, I went to who I felt would be an expert, and that was the master gardeners, of the University of Minnesota, with university period. But the master gardener program ended up having some really kind people in there, and they took the time. And me and my children went through it for 4 years, right? We kept going back Every time they had another one, we went back and learned more, taking notes, soaking it up. Uh, but if you don't have the garden, or you don't have, or you feel you don't have the fortitude knowledge to go forth, there are plenty of resources that are available. And the the agribility that Wakita is sharing, the University of Minnesota and I are back here actually researching how we can take advantage of this program, because agribility is not in Minnesota. It's actually only in, I believe, 22 states across the United
Mm-hmm.
States of America.
Mm-hmm.
And and AI, artificial intelligence. A lot of people are really afraid of it, but we're using AI on this right now with recording this. But every time you search on Google, that's AI. Every time you use your Gmail, that's AI. It's artificial intelligence, right? And so don't let them fool you. I have been building my own AI called Metroverse for 2 years now by utilizing other AI platforms. But if you can go in there and have real to life, if you treat AI like another person, like having a conversation with AI, interviewing AI will respond to you in that fashion. But if you talk to AI,
I don't encourage that. Can we just bypass the conversation about AI? I don't encourage interaction with AI. There's a lot of spiritual reasons behind that, and I don't want to deter the conversation, but I definitely don't want to get into that conversation, if that's okay. Let's bypass that and move on to anything but AI, if that's okay, Cliff, because
yeah,
please.
hey,
Well, well,
I'm
well,
on
may I
Thank
pursue.
you.
comment just for a moment, not to step on your wisdom, Cliff? Simply put, with school just getting back in, we can start planting through potted plants and partnerships with principals. If you take that and move forward on what the campaign could be with the garden box, Cliff, I appreciate that. And thank you, Sister So.
Yes, thank you,
Yeah,
Alabama.
for sure. But and in whole, just to wrap it up, study, invest into it. It's for you, right? If you want to do it for others, that's amazing. But start with you. And the best way that you can make the best you is to have the best food, right? And so, what's your favorite vegetable? What's your favorite fruit? Investigate it. Find out its properties, how it could help you. And as you begin to do that, build a relationship with the food. Just like how Miss Wakita was saying, pop a seed in your mouth and then germinate it in your saliva, mixed with some good pH water, right? And give your food the best, right? People call me crazy for going out into the garden with 100 gallons of water for $140, to start my plants off, and years ago. But I didn't know the return to Eden. I didn't know the return to Eden practice back then of preserving my water and not having to water so much. And so, which the return to Eden model would be something where you take some sort of a mulch or a wood chip or something of the sort, and cover your grow area with that medium or peat moss or anything that will absorb water, so that the roots can continue to water when you're not around. My African violet, I have not watered it in probably about a month and a half, but the material that I have on it creates such good water retention. That's just learning over the years, you know. And know your food, and feed your food, right? Learn about microbial life, microbiology, learn about vermiculture, vermicast. My sister, my sister and my mom came to me this year and they were like, "We don't trust the grocery stores no more. We believe in what you're doing. Will you build boxes?" So I went ahead and I built my sister and my mom. Well, actually, my sister built them, and she wanted to power in her own hands. So I what tools she needed, the skills it would take, and she did it. my mom helped her, and my mom is not a very
Green
physical
thumb
active person.
oriented person.
She's not physically able to do a lot of
Yeah, but
things,
how
you
long
know.
did it take them to actually come your way? Because you told me this before, Cliff.
Yeah, Lee, I've been doing this for almost 20 years now, and we just built it this spring. But they ended up introducing a worm elevator. Like I was like, what is a worm elevator, right? And so they taught me something, you know, and now it's something I want to introduce, but where now my sister and my mom are introducing red wigglers into the community through their garden box, right? And so with that said, I would say the simplicity of knowing your food, feeding your food, and growing your food, you could take the power and put it in your own hands.
Real quick on that, Cliff, you said something about the red wig worm. Is that something that helps to fortify the soil as well when it comes to the gardening?
Yeah, yep. So, something that I've been protesting in Minneapolis for a while now is green concrete. Have you heard of green concrete?
Never.
It's primarily in untended grassy knolls, right?
Hmm.
Grass that has not been allowed to mature, right? And so with that said, when you mow your lawn over and over and over, please stop setting your lawnmower at the lowest setting. Just to save yourself time, you put your lawnmower at the lowest setting. Don't do that. You know, put your lawnmower at the medium setting, if not the higher setting, and do it more regularly. It's good for your fitness anyway. Oh, my back hurt every time I do it. But anyway, but with that said, because what's happening is you're turning your ground into concrete. It has no aeration, right? And so worms are natural dethatchers. They will dethatch and aerate your hard surfaces. And also you can tell what's dirt from soil. Dirt, there ain't no worms in dirt, right? You'll find very, very little microbial life in dirt. You might find June bugs in dirt or other beetle uh, creature habitat, but you're not going to find the vermiculture and the microbial life that will help you produce food. Um, and what happens is when the ground becomes so stiff and so hard, like concrete, it's almost nearly impossible where the worm would and mushrooms will navigate around that space. And you can see the health of a lawn and of a yard when it's producing a lot of mushrooms. In an area that has a lot of mushrooms, you're most likely going to find a lot of earthworms, night crawlers, and red wigglers. But night crawlers and earthworms are pretty proficient about removing microbial life, but they'll also remove a lot of the good microbial life. So it's best if you have a garden habitat to have the red wigglers. And if you have an indoor space, I mean, there's, one thing you're going to start finding is like aphids and gnats and other things that come around your space. And don't let that deter you. Instead, find ways to find humane ways to take care of those pests, like some of the grow tents that people have going on. I taught them to introduce ladybugs. Man, I don't want no ladybugs flying around my house. Okay, well then keep dealing with your aphids, right? But if you want to take care of your aphids in a healthy way without introducing quote unquote organic sprays, then one, do yourself a favor and make compost tea out of, coffee grounds, banana peels, eggshell, the medium you're growing in with water. I call it the Awake Your Garden, and it'll create a defense system for any root and produce more fruit. But then when you introduce the red wigglers, when you introduce the ladybugs, when you introduce like different types of spiders to your space, and you learn about these creatures. Don't just go grab a couple spiders out of your barn or your garage and think it's going to work for you, right? There's certain genomes that different breeds of creature habitat you can introduce your space by knowing your food, feeding your food, and growing your food, right? So red wigglers is just an aerator. It's a natural way to create pathways for water and air to to the roots of your plants.
So you're oxygenating the soil and you're opening up interactions between the systems.
Exactly. So when I went to the city of Minneapolis, to go off on a tangent real quick, I kept telling them that we had to decolonize our lawns, and they were just so offended by this they wouldn't take notice to it. So finally, the garden, the quote unquote garden, the urban farm space that I work in currently, 2624 Penn Avenue North, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Come check us out. I took, it's called public affection. One side of the garden or the urban farm is just the regular grassy knoll that existed, mow year in and year out. And the other side of the urban farm, we tilled it 2 feet deep, 2.5 feet deep. And then I added probably around 20 cubic yards of compost in the last 2.5 years to remediate the soil, to bring the soil back where we're gonna grow food, right? But with that said, the side where we built the urban farm, the garden side, we've seen lady slippers grow, which is the Minnesota flower, which is a very, very rare flower. We've seen the Scottish flower, thistle all over the place. Creeping Charlie everybody hates Creeping Charlie, but that's ground ivy, and there's a lot of properties to it, and it creates pollinating spaces at the ground level for a lot of pollinators. And so, with that said, the side that we tilled, man, I didn't even have to introduce any worms. Worms just came back. Like, dang, where you come from, homie? Right? In packs though, in droves, because of the fruition in the soil life, right? The decontamination of the land. But the side where we did not till, um, it actually it's like hard rock, right? Like if you fell on it, you could scuff your knee. Where if you fell in the garden, it would be like falling on into a padded space, right? So, but with that said, the difference is uh the worm and the vermiculture, the microbial life does not live in green concrete abundantly for abundantly mothers and farmers.
So when you did this, I think this would be with some of your interns, showed a side-by-side comparison of what effective organic gardening can do. And the whole point of our campaign, Sister Shirley, the hood is being discouraged and dismissed by our overall ignorance. So the garden box can come in, be dropped into an urban setting, and turn into a number of things. So everyone knows what a garden means, even if they weren't taught the Garden of Eden. But coming out of the box can be a mysterious and wonderful thing, my sister. So partnering with parents, community, and a principal of an elementary or middle school. And take it away, Makita and Cliff.
Absolutely. So, um, that's the first step, is to engage the families through the children, because usually, when the children are interested, they pull the rest of the family along. So,
That's
uh,
how I got into it.
mm-hmm, exactly. So, if once you uh go to those principals of that elementary, middle school, even some high schoolers, and get that uh interest peaked in that principal, so she can introduce it to her school, their school. And at that point, you got a takeoff point. You could do a farm lease situation with the school through the USDA, and make sure that their gardens are very well uh, uh, funded and assisted, you know, And then that's going to reverberate out to the community again through the children. Because if y'all remember just a week ago, there's a young lady in South Atlanta, 10 years old. She's the youngest certified gardener in the country. She's only 10. And now she has a full scholarship at one of the colleges in South Carolina dealing with agriculture. So, a lot of these children, once they
Oh,
get
let's
home,
not pass over that. She first got certified at 6, Sister Soul.
now see, I didn't realize that. So she was 6 years old
And
when she
she
got
at
certified. Okay. And
6 when
she's
she was
now,
certified.
yes, and she's 10 years old now.
And what's her
So
name?
I never got the young lady's name. Maybe I
Mm.
think that was the parents not really wanting to put all their information
I
out there. You
understand.
gotta,
Yeah, definitely, probably private. Understandable too.
yeah. hmm But
You know, and
she
it creates a great honoring system too, you know.
absolutely, because once you have these children with a lot. I hear a lot of people say these children are our ancestors coming back, and they're coming back knowing exactly what they want to do. And
Mm-hmm.
kudos to the parents for supporting her. So that's why we're saying let's go to the children. Let's get them uh s- uh understanding and
To
learning.
motivate the parents.
Right. Exactly. And then they're gonna take it home. Exactly. And it's like, oh no, mom, you can't eat that. We need to grow our own. And that's how we can really get the community engaged. Because the children are gonna see the difference. Because I've done this demonstration. I've gotten a tomato from the grocery store and I got a tomato out of the garden where we grew it. And I had everybody to taste the difference. And the difference is incredible. Incredible.
Delicious.
Absolutely
The
delicious.
difference is
And
delicious.
once those children get that understanding of what real food is supposed to taste like, they're going to absolutely demand it. And they're not going to accept anything less.
You know,
You
that's where
know,
my book
And there
says,
and there
taste
will
and
be
see
other
that the
natural
Lord is good.
sweeteners like honey. We already know raw honey. What's the other one? Stevia leaves and some other examples. Because the
stevia.
sweet teeth, that's we got to push them away from the snacks. And by the way, just one addendum: EBT with this school year can't buy no snacks.
That's
Hey,
in
yo, 3
Nebraska.
snaps.
That's in Nebraska right now. But I think that's the proving ground to see if that's going to fly. But I know they're going to initially implement that nationwide. And so we could go back again, going back to the family. Why can't we make our own snack? Because if you put strawberries in the oven and on low 200 and let them sit in there for over an hour, it tastes like a gummy bear. If you just put them in the oven. So we can make our own candies, our own cookies, our own, and it won't have all this crazy nefarious stuff in those cookies. And even though it's a treat, it's not a treat that's gonna give you cancer, not a treat that's gonna give you diabetes. Because what actually give you diabetes is not yeah, it is the sugar, but it's the GMO sugar because they're not using sugar cane anymore. They're using sugar beets, and those sugar beets are GMO.
It's also
That's
like
what's
what my
making it.
grandmother would tell me too, though. Um, not everything is good, in and it's never good to have too much, but to have things in moderation. And so,
Absolutely.
even if you're not eating all that GMO stuff, but you're eating none but strawberries and bananas all the time and apples, you're still toxifying yourself with too much sugar, even if it's a
Absolutely.
natural. And so, like, a lot of people got to stop turning their nose up to the vegetables. Stop turning their nose up to the healing agents, the herbs and stuff. No, 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 I don't eat onions. Don't put that on there. What you talking about? Why would you not? I remember when I was getting sick all the time, like, every single year before there was ever a COVID, if you got sick, you stay home for 24 hours. You still sick, you stay home for 7 days. That was just the unwritten law. I stopped having to do that in 2007. I went to a family function, sick as a dog. My cousin said, I got a house full of kids. Why would you do this to us? And I was like, man, I was trying to function. And he's like, well, you need to go home. And he's like, but check it out. He's like, I just learned something from a Polish man at work. He said the Polish man came to work sick and sick as a dog, and the boss sent him home. The next day he came back healthy as an ox. When he asked the Polish man what he did, he said, I went home and ate a whole onion, right? And he came back the next day, was healed. So I didn't believe him. I dreaded onions at that time, right? Unless they were caramelized and stripped of all their nutrient and tasted sweet, right? And so with that said, he told me to go home and do it, and I did. And I could only get through a quarter of it. My body couldn't even handle the detoxification that the onion was doing. And I fought through it. And then the next day I ate another half of it. And the third day later, the sickness was gone. But ever since then, I got COVID twice.
Real quick on that, what our ancestors do, and what I've done and do with my grandchildren as well, is use the onion on the feet. So we put it on the sole of the feet,
Or the
put a sock
poultice.
on, and then it pulls it out because your the sole is where the everything drains and pulls and everything anyway. So it's easy to detox it. So that's a quick one. If you're having a heart, any type of ailment, you cut up some onions, put them on your feet, put some socks on, and it's gonna drain. It'll pull it right out overnight. But go ahead.
And
And
you
don't
already
eat them.
know, you see
And
on the
don't eat
internet
them.
all those pads that they try to push on you from the so-called ancient Chinese secret. But let's not forget cod liver oil, castor oil, bitters.
Mm-hmm.
Where Mama Sylvia at with this good mother wit
Father
Come
John,
on
and the
now.
you
medicine
know about
woman?
Father John?
And let's not forget the turpentine.
Yes, the turpentine.
That's right. A teaspoon.
So
Just go to your teaspoon. You put a little honey on there and a few drops of
mm,
turpentine, and
mm.
you will get rid of every bug in your gut.
And keep
Hmm.
doing it.
That's right.
And that's why we don't eat pork. That's why I don't eat pork, because pork they can't sweat it out. So all that funk, all that filth, all that disease, they're bottom feeders, like shrimp, right? I stopped eating shrimp. You can't get it clean enough. I don't eat intestines and stuff like that anymore. I
What about
learned,
chicken?
hey, I've weaned myself off of so much meat. I slip into it because just old habits die hard, right? But it's pork
Let's talk about chicken real quick because a lot of our people are very addicted to chicken.
Yeah.
addicted.
And the things that are not good for chicken, especially in the legs. Everything they have drained, like just like how you saying they can't sweat it in the pig, but everything they have drained through the legs and gone in the legs. And people love them leg quarters, them drums. That's the
Hmm.
worst part of it. Everything is going down through those legs. So it's meat in general. Meat is not very good for us in general. We're not even supposed to be eating all those particular
No.
animals, other forms. All those things are deceased food. When you're eating meat, you have to cook it in order to eat it. So once you cooked anything, let's say it had nutritional value, it's no longer in there. It was none in there anyway, but it's just
Hmm.
cannibalism at its finest. So when people are eating the meat, what that does is deter things in the mind because there are certain factors of amino acids that get sliced away basically from the meat. So it goes against the spirit of the person. It helps with dysfunctioning in the mind just by using meat, things of that nature. So I just wanted to say that.
And I'm not a vegetarian at all. Like I'm not a pescatarian, I'm not a vegetarian, and I'm not a vegan, and nor will I ever. And I take episodes of like going away from it, but it's like that same thing back to grandma, moderation, right? And so when I was studying the usage of meat, just for myself personally, not to go teach or lecture or anything, just for me myself, a lot of times in the ancient times, meat was more of it wasn't a main meal. It wasn't your main meal substance, right? The meat of the fruit and the meat of the vegetable is our main substance. We're not herbivore per se, we could be, but our body process, whatever. But with that said, our main substance needs to be raw, like you were saying earlier, raw fruits and
Definitely.
especially the vegetables.
Well, now we're getting into dietary behavior patterns, which circle back to partnering with the schools since the school year literally just started. And what would the garden box in our partnership? I wish I tried calling Steph, but our third partner that's not here, Sister Soulmate, is the NFL Sisters and Wives in
Okay.
Service. Would you circle back on that, Wakita and Cliff?
So
Right, man.
when I
Go ahead,
first
baby.
met Stephanie with you, and she was intrigued by this, and my background and all that, with her being with Trayvon Martin Memorial, the foundation founder, and with me with George Floyd and Dante and many others. We just clicked right off the bat. But when she heard about the message in it, she's like, "Well, what do I do to build these garden boxes?" And I said, "No, anybody can build a garden box now, Stephanie. It's not about the garden box. It's about the movement behind it, right?" And so it's also about, I've been doing this for years now. So, and this is my living, right? Know Me farm boards and grow us and everything. That's my living. It's how I feed me and my family to educate and teach and to launch. So when Stephanie heard this, she's like, "Well, what would it take for you to bring this to Florida?" And I gave her the recipe. I need a body of students. It could be K through senior citizen, especially multi-generational, multicultural, because more diverse thought, the better, right? I need a community center, or a school to function with that student body. And if the students come from that, then so be it. And then whether it's a nursing home, a community center, a school, a charter school, college, doesn't matter. And then we need a nonprofit or of some sort as we're moving towards the 508, which I won't touch. I notice I didn't say it. I didn't
Yep,
say. I
you
said
did good.
508. I've
You
been
did good.
okay, but for now, but what I've needed is a fiscal agent to walk me through the grant process as a for-profit contractor. So I got fiscal agencies with city, county, state, nonprofit, 501 or 504. I also have foundations for my fiscal agents for getting grants. So when Stephanie heard all this, Stephanie was like, "Well, I got community centers and schools. We have a nonprofit called NFL Sisters in Service, and we can go after these grants together, whether you write them or we write them together." And I'm like, "Perfect. Well, let's do it." But then as I began to research with my artificial companion, we'll just say, what I ended up discovering was Stephanie's background was really, really strong. I had no idea who I was on the phone with, where my I don't know how to say what I was saying it, where my artificial generator had to explain to me who I was dealing with, right? And so when I found out who Stephanie really was, I read her profile to my children, and my children were like, "She is a superhero." So when Stephanie heard this about my children, she's like, "They're superheroes too," right? For the work that we do. But so with that said, what we came up with was a plan how to bring the garden box movement to Miami. But then as I sat back with another one of the matriarchs, young matriarchs, Danielle, and we really started going through this process, we refined it even finer and identified how we can partner with different partnering sources in different urban societies across the United States. This was already a plan that I had. I already had a whole, I have it time stamped and dated before I met Chief Yanash 3 years ago. I was already working on how to identify matriarchs around the country, finding out that our Southern Iroquois Confederacy originated around that. So when Chief Ali Bamu started introducing people to me around the country, it ended up being all these women, and Danielle being one of them. We sifted the process down into this more refined process for Detroit. But I'm like, no, 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 no. This is what we can take to every state. And so with that said, the concept is to work with Sister Stephanie with the NFL Sisters in Service in every urban society in the United States of America to work with our people. And how it works is we bring the Grow Us curriculum, where that way everyone is able to get paid. The curriculum is certified. The University of Minnesota is using it as a research project. It's been used now 2 years in a row with diversifying our portfolio with Black community, quote unquote, Black community centers, like where Prince went to school here in Minnesota. We taught a group of 18 students there last year, extremely successful. The St. Paul City School, the Science Museum, and Tribal Nations. These are all contracts that I won, and we successfully ran the program. And the program, what it does is we use urban landscape technologies in order to identify uh, region and space to grow in, whether that's using Google Maps, Google Earth, or any other artificial source for mapping. And then also using maps in general to research the background of spaces, where we've even taken our students to the library to take them in the back to read old maps, making discoveries about regions. But when we do the urban landscape technology and we identify a space, we then teach we utilize the NOMI Farm Board curriculum to help develop that space. So we bring the creativity out of everybody, right? And then once we get through the process of bringing the creativity out of everybody by having everyone create together or solo, we then bring everybody together as a group, and then we go implement it. And that's back to the E-STEAM J that we developed with the Science Museum, which is to take the curriculum of ecology, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math in order to bring and apply justice to the community. So it's E-STEAM J. And if you're not using the Grow Us E-STEAM J, that's totally okay. You can totally go do this on your own. But NOMI Farm Boards is a curriculum that has to be purchased, right? And the goal is where our people don't have to purchase out of pocket. Instead, where we get the funding so that not only is the curriculum purchased for me and my family, but then we can also create payroll in the region for the matriarch helping set up and the individuals who are helping run it. And this is what we're identifying how to bring power to the movement. But now, in addition, my interns right now, we have 10 interns of our students. They're being paid $18.50 an hour to work with me. They get 20 hours a week to do this, and they get 20 hours a week to do that. It's creating an economy around the NOMI Farm Board and the Garden Box movement. Now, this is the kicker. Again, it's not about just building a garden box, but it's about generating a local movement, right? And so here in the Twin Cities, what I wanted out of my garden box was a hempcrete community for self-sustainability with earthship retrofitting. yeah, for housing, whether that's building earth ships. And if you don't know what an earth ship is, it's too much for me to explain. It's better for you just to go research. It's worth the investment. But what an earth ship is to me is us bringing back our ancestral mounds and becoming the mounds builders again, but for self-sustainability, not just for
Yeah.
burials and safeguarding our food, but instead to become our self-sufficient lifestyle, right? Where you don't need any electric component, plumbing component attached to your unit in order for you to survive and be able to harvest everything you need from the
Living
sun
off the grid.
off complete, well, almost completely
Yeah,
off the grid. We're getting there.
pretty much.
But so
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like the way they look, the convenience. And when you're done, get into like the ease of that. Like I know you were saying like the components you use is like reusable items and stuff. That's what makes that so environmentally safe.
I know that was going to gas you up again, Sister So. But one last point, which still ties in agriculture. The hemp came out of the Farm Bill, ironically, with John Boehner and Barack Hussein Obama, two habitual smokers of tobacco who are now secretly hit that cliff, hit it.
puff puff pass. So with that said, or edible pass, pass me that oil, pass me that
That part.
tincture,
Yeah, yeah.
pass me that
Levitation.
pass me that hemp seed for my salad, and so
Oh,
yeah.
but one last thing, because this is very interesting how we tie the loop of it. The beginning colonial economy of the criminal enterprise imperial invasion was hemp. All fabrics, all moorings, all sails, the ships, the rope. And would you tell her about you probably going to create some actual hemp wood, my brother? And I you.
So there already is hemp lumber. When I went down the path for hemp, it started in when I was 9 years old. Everybody kept calling me a nigger everywhere I went because racism was at its highest point when I was growing up. My sister was one of the first mixed children born west of Minneapolis in Minnesota. And then I was second. And then we went through these schools, and my mother was excommunicated from the Finnish society for having mixed children, right? So, with that said, when I was 9 years old, I went into the library and I said, "Why does everybody keep calling me a nigger? I don't even know what it means." Right? And the lady said, "The very fact that you're in here asking me this question shows me how much they are and you aren't." And then she showed me the dictionary, right? But from there, when I was researching religion, because I was like, what the hell is all this stuff people are talking about with religion, And I ended up finding the hemp Bible in that process when I was 10 years old, and or maybe it was 11, and I've been studying the hemp Bible ever since. But if you go look up, it's a real to life Bible biblios, right? The hemp Bible, I believe, has over 20,000 materials that you can produce from hemp identified, that's been documented. And that's textile, that's construction, that's food, it's the wonder all. And so with that said, I was afraid of it. I didn't touch it because it was so illegal. So when it went legal, I still didn't touch it because there was permits required and all this other stuff. And I just stayed away from it, trying to get into legality of it. I just watched while I dabbled with cannabis instead, which I felt would be more worth my while if I got in trouble than dealing with hemp. I didn't want to get locked up on federal. Anyway, so with that said, in 2022, I made a declaration that I was going to end homelessness in Minneapolis in this decade. Homelessness had spiked to like 1,200 people. Now it's like over 4,000 people homeless in Minneapolis. But when I declared it in 2022, I had a plan to end homelessness in the decade. I won the grant, and then Sabathani, the historical Black community center of Minneapolis, along with a nonprofit called Wellspring, um, robbed me of the grant. It was my business partner that actually found the grant for me and told me to put the team together. And so I really trusted my community. I tried to, right? Um, but with that said, they ended up getting me for over $500,000. And it would have ended homelessness for about 16 people, and it would have trained about 40 of our community members how to build tiny homes. But while I was doing this, I had identified that, um, I was something scared me. There's all these house fires that take place with these old structures. And then in December 2022, a Hmong family trying to live the American dream in St. Paul had an older house, and the man ran to Walmart for 20 minutes and came back, and his entire family, he could hear them screaming as he was outside watching it engulf in flames. At that point, it was a breaking point for me, and I already knew that hemp was fire retardant. And here in Minnesota, the Lower Sioux community, his name is Danny Desjarlais. That's my guy. Uh, he and the Lower Sioux built the first hempcrete structure in the United States of America history up to code. And I already was in negotiating talks with him of learning from them. And so I made the decision that we could not put our homeless society who has all these drug addictions, tobacco usage, cannabis usage, and then the new cannabis usage of using flame torches and stuff for products like they call dabs and stuff like the shatter and all the other stuff is a high use in the homeless community. And so I'm like, we cannot put them in a matchbox and put them next to properties where they could light the whole community on fire. So anyway, with that said, I won the stakehold with a local hemp ingredient recipe provider named Hemp Acres. It's a white dude named Charlie Levine or Levine or something to provide my hemp to me. And then I won a stakehold with the city of Minneapolis to operate and function the first paid hempcrete training in the United States of America history. This timber nigga right here, right? And they couldn't say nothing about it. And we did it so
Real
successfully.
quick, I'm sorry, Cliff, I'm sorry, sweetheart. Just to remind you, I am streaming on TikTok, and you have to use you can't use certain words because I've gotten a restriction earlier. I had to restart.
Okay.
For certain words like YT people, use that YT people, and just
Hashtag TN.
just try to be conscious of it. I know you're not
Yup.
familiar with it, but just try and think about certain words. Thank you, brother.
So hashtag TN right here got the first hempcrete training program and paid in the nation. So and now the city of Minneapolis is stoked on this. Now they want me. I've been writing up and designing these tiny homes. So I got two tiny homes designed. I'm getting them engineer approved, and we're gonna build the first two hempcrete tiny homes here in Minnesota uh, for the Minnesotan Homeless Society. So with that said, in the process of doing this, I found out about hemp flooring, floorboards,
Mhm.
hemp blown insulation that hasn't been tried yet, but my guy Charlie has it. Hemp lumber. So there's a hemp acre, I believe, or hemp wood. Hemp wood is in Arkansas, I think. And I have samples of 2x6 and 2x4 lumber for construction purposes, but it has not been approved because they ain't gonna approve it until they have a foothold in it. And so, but with that said, there's another department here in the city of Minneapolis Health that is actually still operating out of the EPA. And so, which is a big Doge word, I guess. And everything EPA got shut down by Doge with the whole what's his face and what's his face movement. Be TikTok sensitive. Or the red state
Yeah.
wave stuff. But but with that said, this Minneapolis department wants me to develop pavers. Well, I've already developed a paver model, right? And so they're getting ready to fund us and get us the equipment here in Minnesota so I can start practicing. But when I did my training, what I did was we were trying to develop recipes. So I brought in some of the top hemp construction and hemp processing people in the United States together, and we started formulating, coming up with concepts with uh with my students. And everybody, all my students and everybody who worked with me is on memorandums of understandings with non-disclosure agreements. A lot of our people were really afraid to sign NDAs and MOUs because they didn't understand it. But I told them, you're going to have to study it while you work with me, or you're going to have to leave. Because it's patent concepts and ideas that are multi-billion dollar thought formulating, right? So with that said, we ended up developing a super hempcrete component where people who come to my garden or my urban farm space where I have my hempcrete panels on display, the first thing everyone does is they walk over and they start stomping on it. I don't know what possesses people to walk over to the panel and just start stomping on it. And I always got to tell people, remove yourself, right? That's not what that's for. But what I ended up discovering was that I made a hempcrete so strong, so industrial that people from all sizes and weights, all the way from 6'6", 280 pounds, Damon the electrician, all the way down to my daughter, Amelia, who weighs in at like 85 at 11 years old. It handles the capacity of weight. So we're not just doing hemp around construction for homes, but that's what launched me into this new direction, this phase. And I will be a multi-billionaire within the next 10, 15 years from my recipe. The University of Minnesota Architectural Society and the University of New Mexico Architectural and Builder Society is embracing and supporting what I'm doing. So one of the other components, just to segue back into the garden box, is that we are looking at how to, when people are doing the NOMI Farm Board creation in different states, like for instance, when we go to Florida with Stephanie, Miss Stephanie, sometime this fall and winter, the interns that go through that program with Grow Us, again, like I said, anyone can go do this for themselves, but you won't have my model. That's the one thing that you won't have. If you remove me from it, you remove the very component of it. And but with that said, anyone that goes through this in any state, this program, every May we will be doing a natural design and construction class in New Mexico at a remote location that's shared with people after they're signed up. And everyone that goes through this will get 3 credits in natural building and design from the University of New Mexico that's transferable to every university in the United States and some other nations, where you'll learn adobe building, earthship components, sandbag, concrete mixing and slabs, and then they're adding the addition of the Grow Us Hempcrete. And so you'll get the 3 credits. It's a 10-day course, you'll be paid $18.50 an hour to attend. You just gotta make your way there. And then in New Mexico, and then we'll also have areas for people to do camping with tents or RV lodging, or you can find your own lodging in town. So I was able to get all this aligned to be added into the program package. But then the most ultimate part of this, the educator from the University of New Mexico is also a licensed architect and general contractor nationwide. He's been building earth ships for over 30 years as an architect and a builder. and he's licensed in all states. And so, with that said, what he's also going to do for anyone who goes through this program, they will also receive up to a $5,500 in value architectural design plan that you get to come up with yourself. And when you come up with it, what he'll do is then apply himself as a general contractor so that Grow Us can come and help you construct it.
I'm
So it,
sorry, Cliff. Is this when it goes to Mexico you're speaking about, and then they will be able to get this program set up like on a regular basis?
anyone who receives the Grow Us Know Me Farm Board curriculum, um, in any state would have the ability to partake in this program. And yes, you would have to travel to New Mexico, just north of Albuquerque to take the course. This last year, I took 8 people from Minnesota. It was tribal members from Red Cliff, who are actually from Wisconsin, tribal members from Fond du Lac, and then a couple individuals that were my students from Minneapolis, and we all went down there and took the course. They loved it, you know.
Now, Earthship is a design, but this is proprietary. Tell us quickly about the backstory on Earthship.
You cannot build an Earthship without an Earthship foreman. If you do, Michael Reynolds can come back and sue the dog bejeebies out of you. Okay. And so with that said, unless a foreman is involved, I just so happen to be a foreman. In order to become a foreman, you have to take the 3 levels of Earthship. One is the Earthship Academy, which is directly out of Taos, New Mexico. You have to travel to the greater world and take the academy for 30 consecutive days, or the equivalency of 1 month. So if it ended up being in February, you just have to be there for the month of February. But if you go in one of the later months, longer days, then that would be your equivalent of have to go. I went there October 2022, and but then the I ended up getting a scholarship, a full ride scholarship for my tenacity, I guess. But with that said, normally it's $4,800 for the course. You have to provide your own housing during that time, which could be between $800 to $3,000 depending on your luxury, or camping and rough it out with the wild. And then also your food and your travel. So most people that go, they're spending between 8,000 to and up. Earthship community does have Earthships for the students to stay in, and I believe they're charging $3,000 or $2,000 for the month to stay in it. But with that, you get the experience of staying in an Earthship. So anyway, that's the one level. The second level is you have to go do a field study anywhere in the world. Earthship community has field studies going on all over the world every month. I have built numerous Earthships across the country by going to these field studies, and I was baptized in Earthship through a field study when the George Floyd community came together and paid for me to go learn. And when I was there, I met some of the veteran builders, and that's how I got my scholarship. And then the third level is to design an Earthship or run a field study yourself. And you have to design it and run it through an architect, the whole nine. So what they demand is that you put skin in the game in order to carry the title of Earthship for your portfolio. But a couple that we built for in Montana, I ended up getting to learn about the cost for their construction, and just to have the Earthship foreman show up on site, so it's a Earthship certified building. It's $10,000 for a month, but with that you get, which is extremely low. if you think about it, because they're coming to build the entire structure of your house, right? And so with that said, it comes with a foreman and two trainers. And but then every Earthship field study, what they do is they open it up to the nations. And so people from all over the world, they come. And so I have met people from many, many countries. The youngest person I've built an Earthship with was 9 years old from Acapulco. And the oldest person I've built an Earthship with is Michael Reynolds, the founder of it. But other than that, a lady that was like, I believe, 72 years old from Utah, who never did any construction in her life. So it's very diverse, and you don't have to be a master in the trades to be on Earthship building sites because they are built in unconventional locations. There are no Earthships built in any urban society in the United States of America, and I took that on for my field study development, and that's how I got my third level, where I designed Earthship 101 for Minnesota. I designed, and then through that, I worked with the Minneapolis Service Department. The gals were very kind, and they helped me discover a way to build Earthships not only in the urban area of Minneapolis, but statewide without building codes, permits, or building inspectors. They're not habitable in the urban space because the code that we have to go under is under a shed. So you cannot inhabit a shed 200 square feet or smaller in the city of Minneapolis. A tiny home is considered 300 to 400 square feet, and a mini home is 400 to 1,000, and 1,000 plus is a single family in the state here. And so with that said, we were able to find a way to fly under that radar. Danielle found out that it's the same in Michigan as well. And
And
so
so again, essentially, this is a possible alternative for those who are unhoused. And Sister Soul, if you would, because I know we triggered you the first time we talked about it,
yeah,
why
please
you are
jump in.
motivated by sustainability. What's your take on it, Sister Soul?
She left the Zoom. She
Well, I was
dropped
still
off or she
driving,
left the
so
Zoom.
yeah,
I
she's
don't
been having technical issues.
know.
Well, Lois, you have some questions, you can chime in.
Okay, I do have a couple of questions. How is everyone doing today? Uh, Cliff, you mentioned something about the Chicago plot of land was the last place where there is natural soil, I'm assuming, in America. Is that what you said? And that wasn't contaminated with 3M and their chemicals and and putting on these farms and stuff. If that
If
was
if
a
if I could answer that one first.
mm-hmm,
Nope, that's not what I was saying. Is that on the billboard that they
mm-hmm,
have, and
mm-hmm.
I'll get a picture and send it out so that everybody
Okay,
can see it.
okay.
But on the billboard it says that urban spaces
Urban
are the
spaces.
last farmable regions left on Earth.
Oh, okay. Okay. I wanted to ask when you said it, but then we went into other things. I
The garden itself was just an image they had of an urban farm.
Okay.
I had no idea where it was.
Oh, okay.
But when I brought the guy from the Arboretum by
Mm-hmm.
happenstance, it was his garden that he built in
Okay.
Chicago. Yep.
Okay. Now, when you use the term urban gardening or urban spacing or urban things, are you talking about gardening or farming that is not in the ground, or can you explain that a little bit more?
Yep. So with the urban farm legislation that got passed in Minnesota,
Mm-hmm.
and I can find that house file for y'all too and send that out. Because another thing we can do is we can carry all the house files we have in Minnesota to other states
Okay.
with the representative bodies that we have. But
Okay.
anywho, but in that
Mhm.
House file, member Minnesota Agriculture said, educate us what it is,
Mhm. Okay.
right? And so all of our response right off the bat was like, are you serious? It's gardening.
Okay.
What do you
Okay.
mean? What is urban farming? But
Okay.
so we simply had to just document all the different varieties so that they did not lock in one style and say,
Oh,
this is what
okay.
urban farming
This
is,
is
you
it.
know?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That cleared it up for me. And
And as a category, if you want to elaborate on what the USDA considers to be urban farming.
You was that a question or was that rhetorical?
No, I was saying you can elaborate on that too, because urban farming is something documented and funded by our tax dollars. So,
oh, okay.
Yeah, it's so silly. So the crazy thing is that so I was Dr. Cheney's Michael Cheney's chauffeur for
Mhm.
12 years,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
So I just drove this
Man
I
around.
drove I
Mhm.
drove this man crazy. That's what I did.
Mhm. Okay.
But he ended up being a thief of concepts and ideas. I love
Oh,
him.
but
I ain't
he
gonna throw no shade
take
on
your
him,
stuff. Okay.
but be
Take your
very
stuff.
careful about people with your intellectual property. I'm telling you,
Right. Right. Right.
because when you
Right. You have to
spend too
guard it.
much private time with people,
Mhm.
they start to
Gotta
get
guard it.
slick.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're hearing you
Anyway,
taking.
yup. And so, but love them, you know.
Mhm.
If they do, love them through it.
Okay.
So with that said, when I was driving Michael Cheney around in order to get this stuff, all of our concepts going, and we were
Mhm.
battling all these societies,
Mhm.
uh, supremacist footholds. The when we went to the city of Minneapolis, we were like, hey, we wanna we wanna advance our urban farming. We need more vacant lots. And
Right.
they're like, that's the last thing we're gonna give to y'all,
Gotcha.
Negroes, right? We're
Mhm.
not on TikTok no more, right? No,
No, she's gone. I think. Let me look again. I I saw where she left.
I've been trying so hard to be politically correct.
Uh-huh. Me too. But go ahead. She's not on.
I say I'm the most politically incorrect nigga on the face of this earth.
Okay.
Love
I'm
it
right
or
behind you.
love
Mhm.
it. So with that said,
Uh-huh.
we went down there and they basically said we ain't gonna come on now, Negro, we ain't gonna
Mhm.
give nothing to you,
Mhm.
right? So
Mhm.
then we went to the Minneapolis Park Board shortly after
Okay.
that day. And we were like, hey, we just came from Minneapolis. We wanted their vacant lots. They said no. And we were like, well, the only place that has the DNA of urban farms is the parks.
The park system. Okay.
Now,
Mhm.
you don't want us to tear up your pretty old lawn, do you?
Mhm. Gotcha.
So why don't you go ahead and take some of the vacant lots and transfer over into the park board name,
I
right?
gotcha. Gotcha.
And so when the park board went and started researching, all of a sudden urban farm literature started just seeping out of everywhere, just oozing out of all the departments,
Okay.
right?
Mhm.
And so, yeah, it was just a catalyst for verbiage.
Okay. I have
now
one.
remember, she's going to be humble. This sister here is organic chef. So if you would sell just a little ski taste of your secret sauce on how much food can be done on a standard overgrown or abandoned lot. I think you're saying something like 1 to 2 tons.
Yeah, without trying, last summer we produced thousands of pounds of food, thousands. We went vertical. We didn't
Okay.
just do in ground. We didn't even occupy as much as we could have,
Gotcha.
right?
Mhm.
Like I'm sitting here thinking, like my brain, just spinning out of control. If we would have had like a 15-foot wall on the back end, the north end of the garden, and then like staggered it in different dimensions, almost making a maze of trellis,
Mhm.
man,
Mhm.
oh my gosh, we probably could have grown like 30,000-40,000 pounds,
I gotcha. I
you
gotcha.
know, like
Uh-huh. Mhm.
but with that said, we have put a cap or a ceiling or limitations on ourselves by monkey see, monkey do, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so I hate row gardens. I can't stand them. I feel like it's like the most wasted practice on the face
Mm-hmm.
of this earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was researching about utilizing space, and there's this European family, descendant family, on the West Coast in Cali, and they wanted to quit their jobs and just turn CSA, or community supported agriculture, into their main funding stream.
Mm-hmm.
So they ended up going around and networking with, like, I think it was like 10 restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
They ended up providing food for all 10 restaurants and multiple people on their block through
Mm-hmm.
a weekly CSA. So that all they
Mm-hmm.
had to do was, but they're trying to really turn more self-sustaining. So they ended
Mm-hmm.
up converting their diesel. They went and bought a diesel truck because they had a gas truck at first, like a gas,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
delivery truck.
Right.
So they switched over to a diesel, and then they converted the truck over to biofuel.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And so then they started picking up all the grease from the
From the
restaurants,
restaurants. Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
sifting it down, and then it became another strategy of financing and funding for that family. But on one just, it wasn't even a vacant lot, it was their backyard in California, like,
Mm-hmm.
think Compton, Inglewood,
Mm-hmm.
backyards, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just in their back and front yard, they were able to produce enough food for 10 restaurants and multiple community members
Right.
per
Right.
week.
Right. Right.
Come on now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And here we are trying to plant rows in the ground on 1,000 acres.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, see, here's a perfect example of how urban farming can be as we define it to be. And don't forget, Cliff, this is your Cleveland Brown mama here on the line. Uh, in addition, the recovering of food from the restaurant spaces, the utilizing of the urban situation of land use in a different fashion than they're being dilapidated, blighted, overgrown. Well, my good sister knows what I'm saying as far as H-Town is concerned. You got kind of scandalous things that goes on, and I'm sure something similar is up there in Canada, backyard. But they turn these lots over to what they call either the bar board or the so-called CDC operations that are run by these quote unquote houses of the Lord. So we have to do something on the education campaign on what is
Right.
urban farming
Right.
as opposed to
And I
gardening,
believe
and then do the connectivity.
that's what the Know Me Farm Board is. It is the catalyst, curricula, and education from dang near 20, almost 2 decades of discovering what my farming is
Mm-hmm.
as an urban dweller, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
It's just so God sent.
Mm-hmm.
It's so creator touched. It's so divine that this started in North Minneapolis,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
in
Mm-hmm.
South Minneapolis,
Mm-hmm.
because the abbreviation for North Minneapolis is Know Me.
Mm-hmm.
The abbreviation for South Minneapolis is Sow Me.
Mm-hmm.
Know me and
Yeah.
sow
So.
me throughout the land,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I'm sitting down with the students, I'm like, know my gardening. I understand that you have a process. I understand you have a way, but right now I need you to empty your cup out, and I want you to learn my gardening.
Right.
I have not mastered it yet,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Right.
But I got some key aspects, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then while you're doing my gardening, know my gardening, know me farms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Write down what you're learning, journal it,
Right.
come back and share it with me,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I'm such a loyal person that I'll say, hey, would you want to go in business together, or do you want to
Mm-hmm.
do that on your own?
Gotcha.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so Know Me Farm Boards is a catalyst of understanding urban farming from my perspective, where urban farm legislation was started. I'm the
Yeah.
co-founder of it, right?
Right. Can I ask two more questions and then I'll get stop talking.
No,
Um,
keep going.
um, when you said about going to the city of Minneapolis to pitch your ideas and stuff, who was the mayor at the time? Was it
Mayor
Frey?
Betsy Hodges.
Okay, Hodges. Okay, that was one question.
Yeah, she was an evil, evil lady.
Okay, because Fry, whatever his name is
Yep.
mayor now. I guess he might be more susceptible to doing things because he's
Well, maybe hold on. Since you
yeah.
brought that up, he needs to explain to you what the interaction was with the execution of George Floyd, because that's the mayor you're thinking.
Yeah, I'm thinking of yeah. But then I
Yeah.
have one more question, and
Oh
you
yeah, go
can
ahead.
elaborate on my points if you would, Cliff. When your growusllc.com, when you go, I haven't done it yet, but when you go on your to look up your services, all this information is available there as far as the Know Me plans and all the things that you're doing and what you've done is all available on that website.
Honestly, I haven't been on the website since April.
Okay.
But I have a website coordinator for
That
that.
will okay.
Yep, and
Okay.
so whatever they have up there at this time, but any questions that people have,
Mm-hmm.
for instance, there's a organization called Train. It's one of the leading solar and lighting organizations in the world,
Are
multi-billion
you
dollar
talking about
corporation.
TRANE, that train?
Yeah, yep, Train Technology.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Uh,
that's
this
in there.
the CEO's best friend that was one of their international sponsors wanted to give back to society or whatever, and he's from
Mm-hmm.
St. Paul. So
Mm-hmm.
one of his colleagues was like, "Yo, you should go work with the Science Museum and bring Cliff
Right.
the Gardener with you."
Yeah. I
Right?
think you mentioned that before on a call or two. Yeah. Okay.
So
Okay.
he hopped on my site, um, and he just acquired more information, and now actually that's where the garden box came from,
Okay.
the movement, because I was telling Ali Bamu and others, I was like,
Mm-hmm.
man, they got me messed up. As a matter of
Mm-hmm.
fact, it was the conversation with Miss Stephanie and Chief Ali Bamu,
Okay. Okay.
where I
Yeah.
was I was like, they got me messed up. They said they
Mm-hmm.
want me to do the curriculum with them, but they're gonna have their staff build a garden box on the back of their property. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
what do you mean? They said the Minnesota Vikings approached them
Okay.
and
That's when
said that
all that. Oh,
they
okay.
specifically wanted gardening to be represented on the Vikings' behalf, and they're like, "Well, Cliff the Gardener's the one, right?"
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, but it divinely happened where Stephanie was like, "Well, I work with the NFL Sisters in Service," and I'm like, "Well, what
Right.
is that?"
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
know, and then that's how that opened up.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay.
And so the Garden Box movement, um, uh, became the Garden Box movement because of Alibama, really.
Mm-hmm.
My
Mm-hmm.
work in Alibama identifying it because
Mm-hmm.
my rhetoric is the National Achievement Zone Coalition, and we are building uh, resilience of resilience infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
he's like, no, 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 you got to sum it down,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so the garden box is what it
It
became.
came. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So that was the questions I had. Elaborate a little bit more on Mayor Fry during the George Floyd, you know, controversies and stuff. And I'll look on your website on your consultation because I have time and it's part of the concept of my business, the healthier means, which I did say I want to garden, bring it to the table, and then do the composting on the back end. So that was a little bit, about what my thought pattern was in 2008 when I, came up with my concept of helping people to eat better and to improve through food. So some of the things you guys were saying, I'm technically the medical technologist person to say some things about the testing and what's in things and what's not in things, but I didn't want to, interject into the conversation with Sister Soul on her network. But if you can just talk about, your interaction with the mayor, the current mayor now, if you have, and I'll look on your website, growusllc.com to and send you some questions that I might have. Okay.
So the mayor and I have been at odds for a
Okay.
long time.
Okay.
I don't, again, politically incorrect,
Mm-hmm.
nigga. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And so,
Mm-hmm.
but with that said, and I'm the one to go in the room and say what nobody else is gonna say.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Me and Michael Chaney and a group of others.
Okay.
And but with that said, we started the International Day of the Day of Prayer for Youth in
Okay.
2016, just after Jamar Clark was murdered.
Okay.
We had the proclamation signed. It was, I've never seen a proclamation before. It was beautiful, you know. And I asked for the mayor to come out and take a picture. And when he was like, "Well, let me take a look at this again," and then he was like, "I can't support this."
Mm-hmm.
He's like, "I'm Jewish." I was like, I
Right.
don't care if you're Jewish or not.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
I wear the Star of David. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I know who I'm a
We all
descendant of.
Jews.
Right? Yeah, I know. We all came out the
We all
same damn
came,
boat, brother.
came
What you
from the
mean?
same from the
Come on
same
now,
boat.
cuz.
We
What's
all
up,
came
bro?
from the same. But
Hey, folk.
anywho.
So, but with
Yeah.
that said, he had his top staff,
Mm-hmm.
his leading staff, rip the proclamation
Up.
out of Apostle Anatha's hands on Facebook Live, wrestling for nearly 10 minutes, taking it out of his hands, and then finally, when he ripped it out of his hands, he was like, "Please remove yourself from the government center." I was like, "This is a public place. You can't kick us out." He's like, "No, your time is done here. You need to leave."
Okay. Okay.
So that was my history with him, right?
Okay.
And then
Okay.
they had federal agents chase us out of the city.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Right. So then fast forward with all this the shite that he done
Well,
gone through with us.
hold on, my brother from another mother. This would be the same white with an afro that
Yeah.
cried on the golden
Yeah.
casket of George Floyd.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
same one that just went on the news
Who
and
knows to
said,
say control all the guns.
how they gonna go into the church and just light up all the kids? My wigger.
Okay.
My wigger.
Yeah.
You wanna be. Don't
Yep.
you? Oh, don't you?
No.
So I'm just bad. Lost of words with this man. So then
Uh-huh.
when it came to the George Floyd Memorial, the roundabout, long story short,
Yeah.
I'm a missionary.
Okay.
I'm a missionary to the city of Minneapolis first and foremost. I met Yeshua face to face this long ago.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I have not cut a thread of my hair since I met him. I cut the sideburns a couple times and I stopped. But because when I met him, his hair was long, it was braided, it was wrapped around his waist, and he was blue. He was like the color of a flame, right? The blue
Really?
on flame. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh,
Really?
it just beautiful. I
Yeah.
can't even,
Yeah.
the anyway, this is
Yeah.
not what you would expect to be him
Right.
for sure. And it was just like, but anyway, when I met him, for 3.5 hours, it's documented. Cheryl Anderson was present in the room when it happened. I had an out of body experience over 3.5 hours with him
Oh.
in the ruach, in the spirit, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But anyway, when he took me to a series of
Well,
places,
hold on, Cliff. Was this before or after Philanthropist?
this was in 2009, so it was before.
Mm-hmm.
So he took me to Broadway and Lindale, which is they call it Murder Row, and it's across the street from what they call the murder station, and it's where a lot of our people prostitute our children, right?
Okay.
Or used to.
Okay.
And he took me there and he told me to challenge the systems. I'm not going to get into it. But
Okay.
then after that, he took me to all these buildings, took me to all these places, and then he took me back to the corner and he said, "When you have completed these things, I shall establish my house of prayer here. And it shall be not be ran by any one man, and you shall call it And it shall be as a beacon of light unto the nation and unto the nations, as the North Star was unto your ancestors. So therefore you shall call it the North Star House of Prayer. And right. And so this is what I was told. And I'm getting
Okay.
emotional because I haven't said this in like 10 years.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But then he took me up and I saw like the outline of Minneapolis and it looked like it was on fire. And he said, "Do you see that?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Give hope to the youth of Minneapolis. For the way they represent themselves, I am a jealous God and I want it for myself. Will you give them hope, young Malach?" And I said, "Yes." When Malach means king. So he kept
Yeah.
calling me young king, young king,
Mm-hmm.
young king, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But then he took me up even, he said, "I knew you would say that." And then he took me up higher and then I saw all these little flames all over the place, like from like almost like commercial airline view,
Mm-hmm.
but with
Mm-hmm.
like Eagle, McGeezy, Wombly sight, Eagle sight, right? And and as I was looking down, he said, "Do you see those flames?" I said, "Yes." He said, "That is my people." He said, "When the time comes, you are to bring all I have taught you to my people." Right. And then he brought me back down and he said, I will meet you at the next summit. Now go, right? And then all of a sudden, boom, I was back in my
Back
body.
body. Mm-hmm.
Strange. And then
Mm-hmm.
I've been living it ever since. And
Mm-hmm.
everything that he told me to do, I have been doing it.
Got you.
I am a goal setter and a goal smasher. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And with that said, when George Floyd was murdered, before George Floyd was murdered, if you look up this name, Lewis King, OIC, Lewis King is a champion from Minnesota. He's one of us. He's a bad mama. Shush your mouth, okay? And when the tornado hit in 2011, it was the prophecy that I had been prophesying from the corner for almost a year.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I had told them, deroot the sin from your life, or Adonai will come and do it for you, right? And we stood on a stump while saying this, right? The tornado came in 2011 and no one died, but it ripped up all the trees across the city. It derooted some of the most megalithic trees in the community, the cottonwoods and the
Mm-hmm.
et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody was like, dang, this man wasn't lying.
Mm-hmm.
We should have listened. Then
Mm-hmm.
everybody started listening to me, right? But I I was respected more. But Lewis King, one day at the father-daughter dance in 2012, I went to him. I said, "Lewis, I can't shake the feeling. You are the summit." He's like, "What do you mean?" I said, "You have Summit Academy OIC, and you've been training our people. Yeshua
Mm-hmm.
told me you would meet me at the next summit. You're the
Mm-hmm.
summit." All
Mm-hmm.
right. And he took my hand, he held it tight, and he brought me in near, and he said, "Well, when our Lord shares with you what it is I am to give you, I will give it to you willingly." He's like, "Just let me know." And he hugged me and he told me, he's one of my mentors. So I've gone to him, 5 different times, and he's like, "No, a man can do that here. No, a man can do that here. No, a woman can do that here." He gave me the resource, right? But when George Floyd was murdered, I was and people had wrote the names of all the unjust murders of police brutality on the
Mm-hmm.
street,
Mm-hmm.
and there's all this graffiti everywhere, and
Mm-hmm.
it was just like living in the 80s all over again, right? Just a dysfunctional community. It was torn up. It looked like a war zone. It looked like a third
Mm-hmm.
world country.
Mm-hmm.
Although it was the only community in all of South Minneapolis that didn't get looted or burned. It just got hit with graffiti, right?
Mm-hmm.
And because we held it down, we protected the space, and we said no bricks are allowed in this community, right? And no whites were allowed in the community for a period of time either.
Mm-hmm.
If they did, it was because they were brought in by one of us,
Mm-hmm.
right? And
Mm-hmm.
but it became a sacred ground. I mean, even all the major bikers, the black or the caramel complected bikers of the nation came up and
Mm.
from
And
the
they
square.
cycles just stop.
Yeah, Lee, it sent
Mhm.
chills down us, right?
Yeah.
But so it was like the second week, maybe the first week of his murder. It was at the end of the first week. I was sitting on a bucket for 2 days at the head of the names. And at the top of the names, it says justice for, and then a line.
Right.
As I'm sitting there as a murderer, released, exonerated by Yeshua himself, right? But so that's a whole nother story. But sitting there as a murderer that should have been condemned to death, was condemned to death, but taken off of the death penalty, right? In life
Mhm.
sentence, given another chance to
Mhm.
serve my
Right.
people
Right.
and him, right?
Mhm.
I was sitting there like, what is justice?
Mhm.
What is it? And I want to know. And I'm not leaving this bucket until you tell me.
Mhm.
And so
Mhm.
while the world rotated around me, I just sat there on that bucket with my Bible, reading, looking, searching for justice through Google and everything. What is justice? And then on the second day, on the evening of the second day, I heard his voice clear as day. Build a food forest for George, and that will be the beginning of my justice on the
Justice.
earth.
Okay.
I
All
said,
right.
but where do I get the food from? We've already planted all the plants and it's
Mhm.
too late to propagate the seeds. What do I do?
Mhm. You gave you a plan.
He said, you call Zach from Spark Y, the only one that stood with me. After Zach joined me, he contacted every single white individual that knew me. And he said, if you don't help Cliff, you are on the wrong side of
Side of
history.
history.
And so then when I called Zach, I said, Zach, this is gonna sound strange. It's Cliff the gardener from the north. Oh yeah, yeah, Cliff, what's up, man? Yeah, I know
Mhm.
I ain't seen you in like 3 years. How you
Mhm.
doing?
Mhm.
Good, man. It's crazy what's going on. I know I'm sitting at the epicenter right now, bro. And there's an Italian dude, right? And I'm like, I'm a missionary and I was set free a long time ago. I know you don't know this. I was like, but I got a really close relationship with the creator. And he speaks to me very often. And I was like, and he told me to call you because he told me to build a food forest for George and that you'll have all the plants that I need. He said, Cliff, that and I told him, and I said, I always thought it was going to be Lewis King. I said,
Mhm.
because I am 10 years from the time that that happened, and I was told and I was to serve the community for 10 years.
Mhm.
And I was like, and here I am, and I thought it was going to be Lewis.
Mhm.
And I was like, but it's you. And he said, Cliff, you're not going to believe this. I said, what? He said, I partnered with Lewis King, and I'm standing in the parking lot of Summit Academy right now. And he said, we just launched the Garden Box giveaway. I'm
Gotcha.
like, the Garden Box giveaway? He said, yeah.
Mhm.
He said, do you remember the Victory Memorial Gardens? I said, no. He said, after the World War II, Victory Memorial Gardens were built all over the country in white predominant neighborhoods,
Aries. Mhm.
and blacks were not allowed to go in them.
Mhm.
He said Lewis King remembered how he could not cross Plymouth Avenue,
Mhm.
where there was the Plymouth riots after Martin Luther King's murder, just like all over the United States, where the white people came and burnt
Mhm.
things down and blamed it on us,
Right.
right? And then we got involved with the looting after it happened, but
Mhm. Mhm.
but so Lewis King wanting to reverse history, he said that he wanted to bring back the Victory Memorial, but through a garden box initiative that came with the
Gotcha.
three sisters, which is our people's food, three sisters, the corn, the bean, and the squash, right? And then so in the garden box, it came with three seedlings of the three sisters for you to plant. It came with a seedling of marigold
Mhm.
and a seedling of basil for mosquito repellent. And it
Gotcha.
came with a book on how to plant them. and it came with a QR code to scan where you planted it, right? And so Zach was like, Cliff, I am up here right now, and he's like, I have at least 500 boxes I can give you. I was like, what?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What?
Mm-hmm.
So I
Mm-hmm.
went down there and I picked them up, brought them back to the church,
Mm-hmm.
Worldwide Outreach for Christ. They use water bottles to water it because they didn't have no hose and they
Water,
kept
right.
it alive. And then my colleague Heidi Highland, she is the #1 PPA coordinator in the United States of America for perennial the whatever advisory board, right? And when the royal family comes to the United States, they go to Heidi and Heidi takes them on a tour of the perennial gardens throughout Minnesota, right? And we have, the Polaz, the owners of the Twins, the
Mm-hmm.
owners of 3M, the owners of
Mm-hmm.
all these major I know Muffy herself, the heiress of
Mm-hmm.
Cargill, right?
Okay.
And so with that said, Heidi is one of my friends, and she was going to give me 2 dump trucks of compost, a dump truck of topsoil, and no, 2 dump trucks of topsoil, a dump truck of compost, and 2 dump trucks of mulch, which is what I ordered
Mm-hmm.
in order to build this garden that I was
Garden.
talking
Mm-hmm.
about.
Right.
And she came down, and the professor of agriculture, Tom of the University of Minnesota, came down, and everybody plotted with me about how to build the best garden. But what me and this other lady, Patsy Parker, came up with is we had to create a barrier between the asphalt and the food.
Right. Right.
So I went around to all the businesses in North Minneapolis and I said, hey, I know it's scary right now, but will you give me your OSB off of your windows and make yourself vulnerable so I can build a garden for George?
Mm-hmm.
And all these businesses gave me their OSB boards. And so
Mm-hmm.
I put them on my snowmobile trailer and I hauled each one, I hauled stacks of them over to the George Floyd Square. And I took them all down myself. And it took hundreds of these OSB boards, right? And at the time they were like $22 a board. And they gave them to me for free. And then we laid them down on the street. Then we laid layers and layers of cardboard, but not just any cardboard. I went to AIM,
Mm-hmm.
American Indian Movement.
Right.
I
Mm-hmm.
said, all that cardboard that y'all had written AIM security to secure our streets, where did you put it?
Mm-hmm.
They told me where they put it. And I said, I'm going to use your cardboard to protect the garden.
Gotcha.
And so we laid the garden, the cardboard on top of the OSB. But then Heidi contacted me and she said, Cliff, do you have a permit? I was like, what do you mean, do I have a permit? She's like, well, some of my customers, and I know who her customers are, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They said if he doesn't have a permit
We can't
and
get it.
and you
Mm-hmm.
and you and you help him, we're gonna have to disassociate ourselves with your business.
Oh, okay.
And
Gotcha.
and one of them alone puts $200,000 just to start their garden every year,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
One of her contracts. So then, so she was like, Cliff, if you don't have it, so I was like, Heidi, this is a political move. What do you mean? There's no way I'm gonna have a permit to build a garden on a city street. What are you thinking? Right? And she's like, Cliff, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do to help you. I was like, are you for real?
Mm-hmm.
Look how far we've come. This is what you gonna do me? You gonna do me? She's like, I'm sorry, Cliff, I can't. Please understand, right? And she
Mm-hmm.
cried and she hung up.
Mm-hmm.
And well, anyway, I told Zach, and Zach was like, let me call the mayor. I was like, you got a contact with the mayor? He's like, yeah. He's like, that's my friend. Let me give him a shout and see what happens. So then I so then him and my other friend Christal Porter, who is a heavy shaker mover here in the Minneapolis area. Christal Porter, Krystil Porter. She's worth looking up. And I hit her up and I said, Crystal, I need an audience with the mayor. She's like, what about? And I told her. She's like, Let me text him and see what he says. So the mayor got back to Crystal first, and he said in text form, tell Cliff not only to build a food forest for George, but to a food forest out of the entire city of Minneapolis. And please tell the community I apologize for what happened on my watch. And then he called Crystal and cried about it. Alligator tears,
Yeah.
right? And then Crystal told me, and I was like, well, tell him that he needs to uh, give me a permit. And he
Mm-hmm.
was like, and then he said that there was no way that he could override the council, et cetera, et cetera. And Cristal was like, he's right. He can't. He politically can't override it if they won't do it. She's like, Cliff, just build the damn garden. She's like, the Gorilla Gardner, Cliff, just build it. Right. So we just went ahead and we did a fundraiser, and I spent my own money, and we brought in compost from a local distributor at $40 a cubic yard. And we ended up building it almost like 50 feet. And then I found somebody with compost in Amory, Wisconsin, the guy who told me about the sunflower plants with deer. He told me, he was like, he said, God came to me years ago and told me to accept all the compost material from the surrounding counties and put it on my farm for the future. And he said, so he started giving out compost to all the local farmers, but he had like 7 50-foot long, 10-foot wide, 10-foot high mounds of compost that he had to turn every year all over his back farm. And he was like, Clifton, this is what I'm made for.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I'm gonna give it to you for free. I was
Mm-hmm.
like, I gotta give you something. He's like,
Mm-hmm.
no. And so I ended up giving him like $50, and he gave it to us for free, where we were able to not only extend the garden, but we ended up building 2 more gardens in Minneapolis because of it. So with that said, the mayor never came down. He never came and seen the garden. He never came and shook my hand. He never acknowledged the conversations. He never acknowledged Cliff the gardener. He never acknowledged anything about it. But then while I was building the garden, after we got 50 feet in, 2 weeks later, this man named Jay came to me. Everybody called him 6'9" because he's 6'9", and he's from
Mm-hmm.
Alabama or Arkansas. He's from
Mm-hmm.
Arkansas, and but he's slightly racist towards light skin, whatever. But he came over to me and he's like, I met you in another lifetime. And I was like, no, you didn't. He said, yes, I did. And you told me we were gonna do this. I was like, do what?
Mm-hmm.
He said, build these gardens. He said, you stood in the center over there and you told us we shall go north, south, east, and west from here. He said, so we need to build a roundabout.
Okay.
And that's where that came from. And so
Okay.
so I was like, look, brother, you go construct it, I'll help you fill it.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
let's do it together.
Mm-hmm.
And so we did. And it's
So,
it's called it's called
so the
432
roundabout
hertz.
we see on TV, that actual roundabout didn't exist before this project. That was just
No.
a regular four-way stop intersection.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it so what the vision is that we shall go north, south, east, and west from here. But what he said was when the creator spoke everything into existence, he said he spoke it at 432 hertz. He said, so we shall call it 432 hertz.
Okay.
Right. And then so I was like, how about we call it 864? He said, what do you mean? I said, I'm the double portion man. Right. And so with that said, I call it the 864, but everybody else calls it the 432. But
Okay.
the mayor and everybody else have poverty pimped George Floyd's name.
Here's some of the credit part of it now. They all want to get credit. They all want to get in front of cameras. They all want to associate themselves.
I am the
So,
only one out of the entire movement that made absolutely no profit off of that man's
Anything.
death.
Right.
Every single organization that's been involved with that man's murder has somehow, some way, shape, or form profited off of that man's death. The
Starting with
only
Black Lives Matter.
no, we kicked Black Lives Matter out early.
I know you probably did, but I'm saying they did
Oh
it
yeah, they profit
nationwide.
off it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
they did
kicked
too.
out. We told Antifa they could not do their cause from there. They could help us. We told LGBTQ plus negative /.com that they couldn't, but they could help us.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep up with the times,
Yeah. Yeah.
But and then we also told Black Lives Matter. But with that said, the only one that I helped profit off of it is a ministry called Agape. And Agape are the original Bloods of this nation.
Okay.
So
Okay.
when Bloods in LA started, it's from the people that left after the
African.
riots in Minneapolis.
And went.
And so when I was in my house on George Floyd Square, the creator visited me and he said, "This is not your home. I have something else for you." I said, "But I need this to get my children back because my children were taken from me
Right.
for building the memorial." And I had to pay over $50,000 to get them back, like through court, right?
Yeah.
But I didn't have them for 2 years, and during that time, I learned earthship and built the movement. But with that said, I was on my kitchen floor, and I heard him say, "You are to give this house to Agape, and they will secure this community in my name." And I was like, "But, but, but,
What?
but, but,
What?
but,
What?
please." And I pled with him. It was like 3:10 a.m. in the morning, you know what I'm saying? Something like that. And then 15 minutes later, I get a phone call from a woman by the name of Jana Hull. She's the niece of Bobby Hull, which is the chief of that area for Ojibwe,
Oh,
right?
okay. Okay.
And he lives like a rock's throw from where George Floyd was murdered on the
Okay.
8th. And so she called me while I was on the floor crying, my eyes out. I don't want to, like having a mantrum, right? And I didn't hear nothing. And all of a sudden I get a phone call from a random number out of California. And I was like, what the heck? She's like, Cliff. I was like, yeah. She's like, Cliff the gardener. I'm like, yeah, who's this? She's like, I'm just gonna get straight to it. I heard God speak to me. I was like, what do you mean? And she was like, I am the COVID relief for the state. And I'm coming from California right now. I'm boarding the LAX and I'm coming to Minneapolis. And I'm supposed to be the COVID relief for the George Floyd Square area. And she's like, I'm from there. And so they're sending me back. She's like, but I can't shake it. As I was preparing myself to come this morning, because over there it was 2 hours earlier. It's three o'clock here, 1 o'clock there, whatever. She said that he kept telling her, you must call Cliff the gardener and tell him to give the house to Agape.
Okay.
And so she called people. She got my number from someone. She calls me and she's like, I'm just going to get straight to it. You're supposed to give that house to Agape. And I was like, wait, what? And then I told her what I was going through. And then it was like that song, when you cry, I cry, we cry together, and we cried for probably a good
Yeah, that
45
sound
minutes
like
together.
OJ's Canton.
When we were coming to a realization that we both were being used by the creator to do something magnificent for our community together.
Right.
I called Reggie Ferguson the next day of the Ferguson family, Chief O'Hara's direct cousin, right? Or not Chief O'Hara, the chief just before for the Minneapolis PD. But I called him personally. I said, Reggie. He said, yeah, Cliff. I said, I'm supposed to give you this house. He said, the house on George Floyd Square? I said, yeah. He said, oh man, why, Clifton? And I told him everything. He said, how soon? I was like, You can come by tomorrow. And then I called the owner who had gave me the house for free because I knew him from the gardening movement.
Right,
I was
right.
like, hey, the same thing you did for me, will you please do for Agape?
Copy. Mm-hmm.
And he was like, well, Cliff, then you'll be homeless. I said, I'll be okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be all right. He'll take care of me.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's just going to have to trust and believe me right now, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That I'm
Mm-hmm.
really hearing this. And so we gave the house to Agape, and I supported them to become, in every way, shape, and form, the regulatory services for that community. And it was my way of giving back to my people.
Right, right, right.
But anyway, the mayor began to work with them.
Mm-hmm.
He helped give
So
them
this is indirectly not working with you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
it ain't got nothing to do with me,
No, I know, I get. I'm just
He
listening
just
clearly.
thought he found some token Negroes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I didn't want to break your wisdom, brother. But for Akita and Mama Sylvia, because I don't know how much longer we're going to be, because Big Dog has been out of pocket, and I know she's not coming back. So if we can circle back to what we're going to do with the garden box, the ongoing campaign, Miss Sylvia has already reached out to Shirley Sherrod, their clan elder, and that we can start pulling all these things together and connect the dots. So you
I
there,
would love
Wakita? You there, Miss Sylvia?
nothing more than to get this off the ground in Miami sooner than later. Like, I
Mm-hmm.
understand that it's being pulled in every direction to go to Ohio, right? To go to Georgia, to go to Detroit, or to go to all these, but it's like
So Miami is what you've been told.
we have clearly identified the strength in it, right? The
Yeah.
undeniable. You feel me, Miss Wakita?
I don't think she's on. Oh, White
I'm
Kitty,
here.
you on? Okay.
He's there. We're here.
Okay.
Right. You have to go where the resources are. And
Right.
resources is stronger in Miami right now.
In Florida. Mm-hmm.
So you have to go
And
where the resources are. Because your team that you're going to train, you have to pay them.
it's not right to do it on a voluntary basis.
Yes.
I did it. I've paid out nearly $500,000 to build the urban farm movement. Okay. Out of my own pocket. That's not grants.
Mm-hmm.
That's me illegally driving across the country with cannabis.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're talking to a person who was doing 12-hour days in $100 in 100-degree heat and only making $5 an hour. So I know what it is on that working side of growing food. You know,
Nobody should be doing it voluntarily.
right?
At least none of our people. We did it for hundreds of years, right? And it
Well, they
wasn't
were our
voluntary.
farms. That's the narrative. Those were our plantations, not theirs. Well, anyway, that's another subject. But
Exactly. But then we were
yeah,
forced, right?
right. As prisoners of war, yeah, we were. But
And so
yeah,
we
I know. Yeah, as a farmer, and getting these things in the community, it is going to take resources. There's no way around it. No way around it. And really should be top priority for these communities. We shouldn't have to scrape and scratch and beg, just to want to feed our people and for our people to be healthy. Again, like I said earlier, we're at war with people who do not want this. And I just don't understand that concept. Because all of us got to eat. I don't care who you are, where you're from, how you speak. We all have to eat. So, yeah, you got to go where that's the strongest possibility of getting those resources. That's where you have to go first. Is Miami.
and there's no way we're gonna feed all of us just yet. But what we can do is we can build the numbers. Because once we build the numbers, not everybody's gonna move down to Oklahoma on the farmstead we're looking at doing with the chiefs and the chieftresses, right? Not everybody's gonna go down there and occupy that land. But the ones that are going to I believe are going to be identified out of this movement. And then they will be tried, test, and true. They'll be brought through the launderer's soap and the refiner's refinery, right? And refined into the perfect model that they are, that they need to become or be sharpened into, right? Because never in a million years would anyone have ever told you that Cliff would have had obtained the name the Gardener, ever. My name was C Murder, right? And so I'm not talking. This is way before, uh, you know, Master P's brother got well known across the country. There's a lot of C murders out there. It's not just me, right? There's
Mm-hmm.
B murders.
Mm-hmm.
There's D murders.
Mm-hmm.
And never did they think Gardner would be associated with my name. And so now that I'm an OG, an original Gardner, right? I'm refined into uh something that is a tool for our people,
Mm-hmm.
because I'm about our people first.
Yeah.
So the Garden Box movement is a multicultural, multi-generational initiative, but it's about our liberation. It's about our sustainability, because if our agenda goes through, then everybody will be okay. If our agenda doesn't go through, I believe what the judge said. She said, Mr. Williams, please find this purpose. It could be detrimental to us all. That's a heavy, heavy weight. And so I know that I'm not the purpose. We are the purpose. My purpose is to help other purposes. So the way to do that, I believe, is to go down and use the platform, not use, utilize the platform that Stephanie and her husband and associates have established in order to launch the 508 Nomi Farm Boards. And through that, we'll be able to create avenues off of it. Like, for instance, when we come to Ohio, right? And we get to visioning together. You got your vision, but when the community's visioning with it and we put your vision on the board, right? And we take that vision and we turn it into a seed, and we take that seed and we go build a garden box. And then we watch that garden box not only come into fruition with the food, but we watch the community develop a movement, a local satellite movement, right? So my hope is that when I go to Miami to do the Nomi Farm thing, that many of our elders come with. That's my hope. But if everyone can't go with, like I said, I'll pick up Miss Wakita and her granddaughter along the way. Miss Sylvia said that she'll drive down there herself, right? Chief
Yes.
Chief Yanash said that he'll drive over and meet us there so we can squad up together. And Ali Bam was just looking for a reason to go back to Florida, right? And so with that said, it's like I believe with everything in me that all the other parts that can be contributed into this will come out of it. Because then you got the breakout classes. So what it ideally looks like for me is to begin by December, hopefully, in Miami, if not sooner. If we can identify a grant or a funder before then, so be it. But if we gotta wait till December, uh by December we should be in Miami doing the Nomi Farm Board curriculum with them. And then what I would say then about our dear relative that you're expressing, that her father was murdered by the other farmer.
Mother Sherrod, yes, Sherry Sherrod.
I would love nothing more than to partner with her. And if she were to finance me to come build a earthship and a hemp structure on her property, I'm worth the investment. I am well worth the investment. And what better place to do a catalyst than from a place that we want to bring people to learn from, right?
Marquita, where is she located, Sister Sherrod? I know y'all
She's
said
from Albany, and
it's in
she and that
Albany.
Georgia.
property that she's on is was actually a former plantation.
Okay, but it is in
Um,
Albany, Georgia.
it is in Albany, Georgia. Yes.
In
Because I'll
addition,
be,
remember every time we play that video, she was a part of the original new communities that was ripped off for
yeah,
over 40 years.
yeah.
And when they got that $12 million, which is barely $2,000 an acre, they didn't recover the original over 6,000 acres. This is a new plot. If you have any
Right.
backstory on that, Wakita or Miss
Yes.
Sylvia?
Yes. That land trust that they initially established in '69, that was in Bainbridge, Georgia, or
Mm-hmm.
close near Bainbridge, where she was from.
Mm-hmm.
She's from Bainbridge, but Albany is
Albany.
a
Okay.
different, yeah, it's a different location, and that is a historic plantation, um, which has some infamous history behind it too.
Okay.
But hmm
Yeah, but I'll be
beautiful.
in Atlanta then, so that's why I said, I'm Sister Sylvia. I probably will be going because I will be in Atlanta. Then,
Oh,
Wonderful.
great.
Great.
pardon me.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm coming
Mhm.
down. My baby girl, that's where she's moved to in Atlanta. I missed all my traveling this summer because she came to Houston and I didn't get a chance to get to y'all in Georgia, but
Mhm.
I'll be there that particular week. So I'm planning on attending to go to that plantation of Shirley Sherrod. I just
Okay.
couldn't hear where it was at when you guys were talking about it.
Yes,
But
and we'll have all the information
Now
up about
remember, their
that.
anniversary is 11/11 manifestation, which
Yeah.
is for us in the world of this nation, Veterans Day,
Mm-hmm.
ironically. But
Yeah.
go ahead, sis.
Mm-hmm.
I will literally carve out time. I don't have anything going on of a major caliber between mid-October to December right now.
Okay.
Right now, my team is looking at filling that void here locally,
Mm-hmm.
um, and just so we can keep our staff running. But I have right now 9 hempcrete builders
Mm-hmm.
that are fully trained in, that understand and know the recipe, that we wouldn't have to bring through any NDA, MOU, or training, that they're hungry.
Mm-hmm.
They are so, and there are people, you know, they are indigenous men and women, young men and women, anywhere
Mm-hmm.
between 21 to 38, um,
Will you be
melanated
able to put
individuals.
together a presentation for Miss Sherrod to show her when
Oh
you come
yeah.
down?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
When
Okay.
is that?
November 9th.
November 9th.
So what if we were able to get in touch with her before the end of September? And what if we were able to help her identify some funding before the end of October, and where we were able to actually come there and make a move in the month of November?
Mm.
Oh, well,
Not
we
not not
definitely
not the Nomi Farm Board stuff where I would
right, right.
just come down there,
Come down.
whip,
Mm-hmm.
whip up a structure, slap it together, and call it her Taj Mahal, right?
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if we can get
An
her.
honored guest station, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And
we'll
so
see if we can get her on the line so we can present that to her. Here we are, the
Well,
beginning of.
Mr. Smith handles that.
Oh,
So
okay.
I will put him in the chat. You can maybe we can get an appointment to talk to him concerning this. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
and then but for now, in a in addition to Miami, that right, because I believe our main
Thing is
focus,
Miami.
if you ask me, it all compass leads
To
there, you know.
Miami. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Or Hollywood, Stephanie down there.
Mm-hmm.
Because then once we have that proof of concept where her primary board is, because I believe she's the president of like 4 different foundations, beside in addition to Sisters and NFL Sisters in Service.
Mhm.
But the difference between NFL Sisters in Service and then my work that I'm doing with Science Museum with the NFL, uh, Sister Stephanie wanted us to get it embedded in our head, and so she drove it into us that when the NFL shows up, the players don't have to show up.
Right.
They got to pay them, or it's got to be something in contractual agreements, for them
Right.
to
To
be
do
there.
something. Hmm.
Even when they go to the sports camps, they're
Hmm.
paid to do that,
Right.
right? It's not a tributary or contribution.
Right.
But when the NFL Sisters in Service do an event, they got to show up because that's the mothers, the wives, and the sisters of the NFL players, and the NFL players want to do the things that their relatives are calling on them to do. And they do actually get credit for doing community service initiatives in different 501 practices. They can even invest. So like, what about that? What does it look like for once we get the Miami one done, right? To sit down with some NFL players and say, hey, what does it take to make a power move in these other
Well, let me
locations?
let me let me take that up right there because I think we're about to wrap up, and I wanted to play the reclamation, the declaration for reclamation as we wrap up. Big Mountain Kyrie Irving of the
Yeah.
Dallas Mavericks, in the news as of yesterday, declared that he wants to be the biggest farmer
Farmer
in the
in the
world.
world. Mhm.
So I want you to just let that marinate. And I sent you the articles and stuff, Cliff, so that you can look in the backstory of that. Additionally, Sister Soulmane is gone, but she's in the Dallas, Fort Worth, Arlington area. So of course, you, Stephanie, and I would need to discuss the prospect of a NFL wife that's with the Cowboys. I kind of loathe to say that, under my breath, being in an H-Town and a
Let's go
Miami
Browns.
Dolphin
Let's
for
go
life.
Browns.
But anyway, you know what I'm saying, Cliff? So we
And then
circle
that's
back
why
to
we have
that.
to we have to really correlate
Correlate. Yeah.
together of
Right.
how these move because Danielle is ready.
No, I
She's pretty
understand.
much,
And matter of fact, she's texting me as we're talking.
and then
Uh,
and then
Big
Miss
Dog,
Rakita is right there on the edge.
hold on, Cliff. Big Dog, are you asleep? Or are you at the pool hall? You know he don't never say nothing. He's in the background, but I wanted to make sure that he understand if I put on this video when it ends, he can do his outro or his exit music. So, Big Dog, are you there? Anyone else that want to wrap up before I play the Declaration for Reclamation? We didn't do it at the beginning, but I think this is a messaging that we need our people to hear so that we understand when you standing 10 toes down, that's your land.
Yeah, I do have one last thing to say. All of you have the power within you to make the change. All of you. All you gotta do is spend the time to make the change. That's all you gotta do. Even if you're incarcerated right now, you have the ability to start a LLC. You have the ability to start a 508, and you have the ability to really make moves, even if you're in a quote unquote handicap position. There are so many resources that are available right now where you don't need Grow Us. You don't need the different farming branches that we are able to introduce. What you need is to spend the time to make the change.
We're going to go around the horn, Wakita, and introduce anybody else who wants closing remarks.
I've said what I needed to say, so I don't have no closing remarks.
Yes, I just
Well,
want to thank you for
and your daughter been hiding quietly as she does. If she would like to
yes,
pop in and Miss Sylvia wrap up behind Bianca.
right. Yes, just thank you for the opportunity to bring allowing us to bring abundantly farming mothers to the platform and partnering up with all those who have that that urge to grow our food, grow our families, and grow our communities. Thank y'all.
Anything with you, Miss Sylvia, before I play that? And Big Dog, if you're listening, when the video ends, you can wrap it up.
Well, all I can say is the spirit that I heard come out of Cliff has encouraged me, and I am really on fire. Literally. When you spoke those words, I can't even tell you I needed oxygen when you finished. So I thank you for sharing that, because that's something that's very personal. A lot of people don't share their spiritual understanding of life begins when you open up your heart to receive. Because as a people, we can be very selfish. Just saying. But to hear this young man open up his heart and reveal things that most men would be shamed to say, I am proud. I am so proud of you as a big mama. I can't even tell you how full my heart is. And I just know that when you get to Miami, it's not going to be Miami. It's going to be the universe. Because you keep going to that same place. And that's my stomping ground. Hollywood, Florida is my stomping ground. And the universe is going to open up something. It's something there that's waiting for you. And I thank you. I really thank you for opening that up. Spirituality, that when we are united, we are one. Thank you so much.
So thank you, Mother Sylvia, as the clan mother, as the elder. Thank you, Wakita. And we're going to circle back on what my clan mother has put into your spirit. Bianca, even though my adopted daughters are absent, Danielle, American Isness. We're going to end with a declaration of reclamation. Thanks go out to Libra's son and the GOAT, Supreme Chief Holiday. You all enjoy your Saturday.
The First Americans' Declaration of Reclamation of Our Identity and Natural Rights. This declaration, dated the accepted and amended July 4th, 2019, is in response to the intrusion, genocide, gentrification, indoctrination, and reclassification of the over 100 million strong original peoples of North, Central, South America, and adjoining islands over a period of 4 or more centuries. The American Aboriginal peoples described in this declaration are hereby declared the free peoples of the so-called Western Hemisphere and the Americas, meaning clear of obstruction, unrestrained in movement, liberty of action or expression, not holding strictly to rule or form, of nations, not subject to foreign rule or to despotism, based on principles of civil liberty, sense of giving without cost and free of charge and cost. This declaration does not include the so-called Native Americans, Africans, European, Hindu European, or Asian descendants, only the American Aborigines and mistakenly the American Negro and their descendants. Article 1. All so-called Black people in the Americas are not descendants of Africa, and this misclassification of our identity, i.e. colored, Negro, Black, and African American, is the result of social programming and indoctrination, and is not and will not be accepted by the autochthonous people in any manner, whether it be personally, socially, politically, or so-called legally. And any attempt to continue such reckless behavior will be seen as a conspiracy to commit a fraud, a hate crime, and defamation against the original peoples of the Western Hemisphere under international law and the American Constitution. The U.S. corporation its nation states, affiliates, and sponsors have been committing many sorts of crimes against the original or Aborigine people of this land without as much as one warning for the genocide, rape, lynching, displacement, and scientific experiments. There are many documented cases. The list of nefarious and criminal activity is almost too long to imagine, and there must be an accounting and remedy for. By our estimates, the greatest majority of so-called white African and European descendants in the U.S. believe that the original or Aborigine people misclassified as Black were all brought here on slave ships by their ancestors, not realizing that we were here long before their ancestors existed. And the only reason that they believe the lie is because of the great effort to cover up factual history. Article 2. There are millions of acres of land held in trust by the governing bodies of the Americas that are the birthright of the original or Aborigine people of the land, and we demand that such land be returned in good faith and without obstruction, harassment, or oversight. Since the original or Aborigine people have been systematically removed and gentrified from our lands by fraudulent practices and intimidation, we feel it would be in the best interest of all involved to give back our land and allow us to live in peace. No exceptions. Article 3. We, as the original or Aborigine peoples of the commonly known as the Western Hemisphere, including, but not limited to, the Americas and surrounding islands being of sound mind, body, and spirit, reserve all rights to self-govern to the best of our ability without the need for regulation, obstruction, oversight, or harassment from the governing bodies. We will operate as a responsible, autonomous nation, and all treaties, trade agreements, tariffs, etc., thereof on our land must be approved by us alone. No exceptions. Article 4. We, as the original and Aborigine peoples of what is commonly known as the Western Hemisphere, reserve all rights to travel anywhere and any time of our choosing within the Western Hemisphere without obstruction, harassment, corporate identification, or citizenship of any state-sponsored territories. No exceptions. Article 5. We, as the original and Aborigine peoples, have been subject to what is commonly known as paper genocide or paper terrorism by the U.S. state, local governing bodies, and their affiliate Masonic partners' orders, i.e., policy writers, enforcers, and other corrupt actors. We will no longer accept your aggressive and, in most cases, detrimental paper, computer rulership in all of its forms. We are the original free peoples of the land, aka the first Americans. We are not and will not be your citizens nor property in any form, assaulting and attacking our people on an individual or group basis by anyone, including your citizens, your policy enforcers, or any of your corporate partners or affiliates will be considered a hate crime and will be dealt with as such. No exceptions. Article 6. All Aborigine, man, woman, or child have a natural right to protect themselves in any circumstances, and any attempt to deny this right will be dealt with in the most severe manner possible unless deemed otherwise by the appropriate counsel. No exceptions. Article 7. No Aborigine man, woman, or child will be enumerated, taxed, or brought into any other judicial or administrative body other than an Aboriginal council. No exceptions. Article 8. No Aborigine man, woman, or child are part of any so-called sovereign citizen or extremist group or movement of any kind, and any attempt by any individual, group, organization, or governmental agency to connect us to any will be considered a hate crime and defamation. No exceptions. Article 9. All Aborigine men, women, and children are free, born living beings and cannot be considered, identified, or treated as property or dead by the U.S. government or any other entities anywhere on land, air, or body of water. No exceptions. Article 10. No Aborigine men, women, and children can be used as debt or collateral by the U.S. government or any other entities anywhere on any land, air, or body of water. No exceptions. Article 11. We, as the original and Aborigine peoples of the so-called Americas, retain all rights to any and all resources that we deem necessary to sustain life, liberty, and the development of our people in any and all regards without obstruction, harassment, or oversight by any entity other than an Aboriginal council. No exceptions. The first Americans
Yeah, Grand Rising, everybody. Much love,
You
much
got it, big
respect.
dog. Thank you for letting us in your house. Have a wonderful Saturday.
Yeah, I appreciate all of y'all anytime, man. Y'all know y'all welcome over here. You know, in closing, I just want to say if nobody told y'all they love y'all today, OG and his family love y'all, man. Grand Rising, power to the motherfucking people. Everybody have a good evening, good weekend, man. Be safe. Peace.